Thanks a lot for helping me with all of this. Here, take my hat as what? Holiday hat update. Oh dear, that's too good. May it bring you as much joy. May it bring as much joy to you as it did to me. No! Come over here. Do the washing? Oh, because he ran into it! That's amazing! I did the task because he went into the water with his slippers. That's great!
And what makes this noise? There's the cow one. It sounds like the cow. The cow goes. It also kind of sounds like
Sure,
that
cows sound like that. Okay.
Oh, see.
Okay. Okay. Hi, lurking for now? No worries. Happy birthday, by the way, Sunny. Happy birthday to you. Thy emancipation from thine own mother's womb day. Drop by to say appreciate the follow, so thank you for. Oh, no worries. I think Tally here in chat actually suggested you. So thank you for being a good person. That's the only reason why Tally would suggest you in the first place. I think I was in Badoof's stream and Ray was in there, and I think you were also Ray's partner. I'm not 100% sure on this, but I believe this is the case. And if that's true, Ray was also very kind and very welcoming. So I had to, yeah. There we go. Didn't realize you guys were both here. But yes, basically, Ray was really welcoming, and I was like, well, if she's that welcoming, I'm assuming it's a she, sorry. If she's that welcoming, then I'm sure the other person's also just as wholesome. And Tyler's like, yeah, he's wholesome, he's good. So I gave you a follow as well. Hey, Buzu. What's up? But once again, Sonny, happy gosh darn emancipation from thine own mother's womb day. Let me lower the spooky lo-fi a little bit. My nose is a little bit itchy. Oh, I want to see where it shows up. That's kind of cool. I like. You like that spot, or it's this spot?
I'd be too scared I ain't gonna wake up the next day.
Kind of a cool spot to do it. This thing broke my stream yesterday. This and like 2 other things completely broke my stream. So I had to spend a lot of yesterday fixing it. Oh god, you did not run over that lady. You did not run over that lady. If I'm back by the time you start fast food, count me in. No audio right now, by the way. Hecking happy emancipation from thine mother's womb day. That'll teach you. Oh, did you do another one? That was short. What was that clip? Missed that completely. But yeah, Dorky streams. I want to do a specific shout out that had clips, so it's different from the regular shout out. Just cause it'd be a more interesting way to like shout out the dorks that we know. Just cause it's a good way to do it. But also a way where we can still use the regular shout out command for all the fun shenanigans, but dorky streams will be like specific moments, like you can time it, you know. It's not like while we're in the middle of a hype insane moment it won't like pop up on the screen or anything. So now it can be like, oh, we're chilling, spam them type of moments, you know. Because like if I had it the other way and say I was playing a spooky game, I think I would get spooked from random clips just playing. It's like, who the fuck is talking in my room right now? Yeah, basically. It's we have both. Can you try the shout out command? I want to see if it works. I want to make sure I made it so that mods can do it too. It was an accident and then the door slapped her. It happens, right? It happens. Starting off with Phasmo, where you wanted me to join? We can. I didn't know. I'm late. I'm like 2 hours late to streaming. I went to the gym. I woke up at 10 a.m. I think. I stayed in bed until 2 p.m. Basically, like kind of drowsy. I don't know what it was. I wasn't like fully asleep, but I was like zoning in and out like every 10 minutes for a solid 4 hours. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. Then I went to the gym, came back, took a shower. I was in the shower for an hour, more or less. I cut myself while shaving because I had a little damn zit there. I still have one here, but I didn't cut myself here though. And then I made some food, ate that, and then I started streaming. So, why is chatting an emote? Why not? For me, you can have Naked Snake saying, kept you waiting, huh? Or Cynthia Harrell singing, I'm still in the stream, Snake Eater. If you don't join, who's gonna front the bills for the items? Got a point. To be fair, I feel you. It's ended the same today. Yeah, that's why I couldn't like join. I just woke up and I was just like, I guess I was more tired than I realized. I haven't been able to get proper sleep these past couple of nights. Rough dreams and all that fun jazz, like just waking up in the middle of the night, not sleeping properly or something. I don't really know. But probably added up. It probably got to me, so I was just chilling. I had nothing to really do today besides go to the gym and stream. So I did that when I actually got out of bed, and I was like, no, okay, you know what, that's enough. I have to get out. I gotta do something. So I've been super tired for a while now. Yeah, no, I don't know what it was. It just happened. So I also added new stuff. I'll make sure they work. I didn't add any Bully Maguire stuff yet. I want to add Bully Maguire. There you go. That's That's the old thingy. I wanted to change it to something else besides sus because sus is what people assume this is. Take care, doggo. I think I fixed this one as well. It'll play the full sound beat now, and it'll actually get copyrighted. I'll actually get copyrighted like properly. Oh god. Nani? Oh shit. You guys are just using it all now? Nani? I'm so fucking dead. Alright, you're just spamming now. Okay. You guys are dorks. This is the first day a long time where I've meant to stay up all day, and I'm very much an early morning guy. I'm not an early morning guy, but today in particular, I just stayed up a lot later than I have been the past like week or two. I've been waking up at like 9, and today I officially woke up at 2. Yikes. 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 I wake up at midday and usually keep at like 6 a.m. I feel that. But yeah, I don't know what to do. I was gonna do mortuary assistant, then play Phasmo today. Oh, God, scared me. It scared me. Damn. But because I'm late, I'm not sure if I'll play mortuary assistant right away. Because I think just hanging out with everyone playing Phasmo is kind of fun. Just because it is. But before we go into that, though, I think we're having a movie night tomorrow. I think, right? We kind of have one. I asked a good friend of mine, Socrates, as you guys may know, for recommendations of good spoopy films that are underrated and actually terrifying. She gave me this link, which I'll also gonna put in the Discord. Let me find it. What did you send me, Snake? Inside you, there are 2 wolves. One snores like honk shoo, and then what the fuck? You're such a dork. Where's the film movie section? Oh, I guess it's Crunchyroll and Chill, right? That's where we. Well, I'll post a link in there. I don't know where the old film discussion place is. I think we condensed things. I just forgot what we condensed things to. Uncharted is available on something. Still gotta do Mandela catalog sometime too. I mean, we could do it. It's only an hour. If we honestly could do it. I'm gonna do anime too tomorrow. I think. Is it just Mob Psycho? It might just be one episode, and then we can do Mandela catalog to start things off, and then we had 2 movie suggestions already. I just don't remember what the movies were. 1 second. Scrolling up to find it. One was an Irish film, I think. Oh yeah, and Kilroy came back to the Discord. Like, we had Jenny come back to the Discord, or not really. She's always been lurking. She said she just came out of nowhere, but then Kilroy came back. That was interesting. I also got a new person recently, Orgasmic Fries. Turns out it was not a bot. Remember when Orgasmic Fries followed while we were playing Mortuary Assistant? Not a bot, an actual person, an actual name. And they're in the Discord now, so they're pretty chill. I'm trying to, oh god. Oh god. I need to download this. So this is a Discord thing. But I need to add on Best Washington. I don't know when or how I'll use this.
There we go.
Yeah, this is Jenny. I don't know when the last time she streamed was. She's engaged now. I found out.
See what I can make. Get no shovel. torch.
She's also
Oh,
getting
that's
married
a
next year, like
torch.
me.
Save both of those.
That was kind of cool. All right, where did I save that
I can make
gosh
a
darn thing?
biogenerator. Makes power from plants.
There we go.
Do I need one of those? I think it's starting.
Best Washington, dude. I don't. My brain is ridiculous. I don't know where I will use that. I don't know. Okay. So, we're going to story time now. Orgasmic Fries was in the Discord, and we were basically welcoming them in, and she was pretty nice. Honestly, I think she kind of fits in to the whole entire group. But she said she's gonna go on a trip this weekend to. She used the abbreviation WV, West Virginia, right? And that's why everyone was singing West Virginia, like the song in the Discord yesterday. But she used the abbreviation WV. When I read it, my brain went dyslexic for a moment, and it read it backwards somehow. But I still thought of West Virginia. But then for some reason, I just thought West Washington. West Washington was what came to my mind. And then Sunny was like, West Washington? Say less. And she made the gosh darn gif in like a matter of minutes. I'm like, oh, of course. Oh, fucking course. Oh, perfect. West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Yeah. So we got the Hollow. The Hallow. Hallow, not the Hollow. Hollow is H-O. Hollow. Hallow? Hello. Hello. Hello there. We got Dark Water. Sorry. Brain's weird. The Hollow, I've never seen. Dark Water, I think I saw when I was a kid. Fucking terrified me. But we were still missing a third one. Oh god. Well, Best Washington gives you it. I also recommend Underwater. Oh, that's a movie. Let me look it up. I thought you were referencing fucking Dark Water. Oh, this is the Lovecraftian one, right? A little. I remember this. That was a good one. I'd be down. The Witch 2015 is good. You know, I know The Witch is good. I don't know if I ever watched it though. Like properly. I think I fell asleep watching it several times. And I don't know for sure. Audition and Takeshi Mike's One Missed Call are good too. Yeah, I still have those tabs actually of the somewhere. I have Ichi the Killer and Double Vision. Not what you're talking about. Never mind. The Daphne the Witch is in the new Final Fantasy 16 game. Oh yeah, 1 second. But the thing is, when we have these movie nights, there has to be, since we always do 3. You guys have been here a while enough, even though we haven't done it as much recently. We have to do 3 movies. The first is just an easy way to ease people into movie night. You know, something chill, something dorky, even funny, even if need be, just to welcome people into the movie viewing session. Second one is when it starts to change tones. You know, it's like it builds up to eventually the climax, the third film, where it should be thought-provoking and make you think about what the heck just happened. You know, like we gotta process. So the issue is we gotta find out which the movies we're gonna watch, right? And then we're gonna find out the order of those movies we'll end up watching, just to fit that theme. Basically. You're back with cheesecake? That sounds delicious. Did you have a good birthday today? I hope so. Hope you had a great birthday. Yeah. 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 I hope you had a great birthday, Sonny. Cheesecake sounds awesome. Some have jump scares like spooks. I did. Thank you. That's good. That's good. Yes, that's the Discord. If anyone wants to join, that's the Discord for the movie night. We are having one tomorrow. Look, Sonny, it's Vest Washington. I don't know what to do with him yet, but he's there for now. He's there for now. Light horror, I recommend the 1990s film The Witch, based on Roald Dahl book of the same name. 1990s Witch? I mean, we have a lot of movies to choose from. The Witches? Is this the one with the little rats? The kids and the rats? Yeah, it is. That was 1990s. Damn, I'm old. I'm old. God damn. Okay. Yes, Vest Washington, because my brain is a dupe. I might just be called the Witches. Yeah. Okay. What is this being recommended to me right now? IMBD is recommending me something and I've never seen this before. Feature flick? This summer. It's kind of over for summer. The battle for Earth begins at sea? Has Liam Neeson as a captain? What the hell am I watching right now on IMDb? Aliens? Are these aliens? Sorry, you guys are just chilling. You guys, my bad. Oh! I'm getting interrupted by, it's fucking Steve. Forgot his name for a second. Hitsuga stream. Hey! How are you doing, butterfly wolves? Oh. You see that? It said you're all dorks. You're all dorks. I don't make the rules. I'm so... Big dorks. Big dorks. Noroi the Curse is quite a good horror. Noroi the Curse. Oh, this reminded me of something that oh god. This reminded me of something. First of all, the fuck is this face, man? Ugh. Ugh, this show gives me the creeps. just from a couple of things already, it gave me the creeps. Anywho, just make a list in the movie night, like the Crunchyroll and Chill. Can someone like type all the movies that we're interested in, just so I have like some sort of list that we can kind of pick and choose from to like fit the whole entire 3-part viewing session that we always do. And if we're chilling and we're having a lot of fun, we can watch more. Like we do that, we'll watch more, but then it's just like bonus list from stream. Yeah, from this stream, including Underwater, Dark Water, and Hollow. That'll be dope. So if you guys can go in the Crunchyroll and Chill section and add those, that'd be really cool. But then we can just all decide after stream what the vibe is like. What time would movie night be? It should start early in the day for us Americans, like 1, maybe 2 p.m. for me. It'll be nighttime for EU, like it will just hit nighttime. But then, yeah, it'll be late for Oceanic folks. But it's a Saturday, so maybe they can stay up. Yeah, it'll be entering nighttime for the EU folks. Or it'll already be nighttime, rather. Either or. Yeah. That way you guys get to experience the nighttime vibes, and we keep going on, and we slowly ease in. Hey, one tit wonder, welcome to the stream. I finally added a damn soundbite for the 69 redemption thing. But yeah, that way we have the boop. That way we have the timing's right. Like if we start too early, then it's too early. We can't enjoy the nighttime effect of horror movies in the States. But if we start too late, then y'all EU folks are gonna be slept, zonked out, dead. More or less. Oh shit, you redeemed first. Hey, time to update it. I want to update this while I'm on stream, so I don't forget. Let me find it. I don't think I have the stream open. Let me update it right now. Damn. Snake is moving up in the world. I hope I got every single person that's redeemed it so far. I really hope. Lurk, enjoy your lurk. One tit. Ichi tit. Ichiopai. Yeah, no worries. You do you. Welcome on in. Lurk away. And have a fantastic lurk. Do what you gotta do. Ichiopai. Ippai. You can make a pun out of that. Ippai oppai. Ippai oppai. Ippai also means full. So full oppai. Sorry, I'm being dumb. Dumb. You've seen One Tit Wonder around before? I mean, I believe they came in on a raid. I forgot which raid it was, but I believe they came in on a raid. Well, congrats, Snake. You're now leading in the first leaderboard of the first. I love that idea, by the way. The first idea. It's such a dorky little like fun thing, and like half the time people don't remember that it's redeemed or they don't check, so it's really troll. But let's see. I worked out today. I had a productive day still. Yeah, it might have been Anna. But fucking best Washington over here. I slithered. You did. You slithered.
Moshi moshi.
Moshi moshi. Does anyone know what moshi moshi means? Or why they say moshi moshi? I've explained this before on stream. But there's a reason why they say moshi moshi. I keep getting it's there until something else does it, and then I'm like, damn it. Yeah. I know it's saying to ward off bad spirits. Yeah. It's to answer phones, but do you know why you say moshi moshi? It's like, basically, in a nutshell, it's their way of saying, hello. You're saying hello twice. Hello. But do you know why you say it twice? That's the thing. Cause here's the cool fun fact. Moshi moshi stemmed from this idea that demons can't repeat themselves. Like they can only say moshi once. So if you're on the phone call and you pick up the phone, you're like, moshi mosh, who's there? And the other person should reply moshi moshi back to you as well. But if they don't and they say it once, it can be a demon, basically. So it's just like, you only said it once, Jim Bob. Sorry, I'm gonna have to hang up on you. Try again. It's a simple concept, but it's a really fun, quirky idea, and I know it probably stems more in like some sort of like tradition or something that evolved into moshi moshi. But I don't know what that is exactly. I just know that's why they say it twice. Just cause it's a way of like catching catching a ghost. What if I'm phoning up the succubus sex line? If they say one moshi, you're in. And Sophia has been doing a thing recently where she'll tease me, and then she'll be like, Moshi. I'm like, okay. Then you to hang it up if they say it twice. Yeah, if they say it twice, you'd be like, you aren't no succubus. You can't fool me. Not today, human. I would say demon. But yeah, I think it might have something to do with, the number 4 might be a syllable thing. The number 4 in Japanese, shi, means to die. Basically, it means death. So when people count, they don't actually say shi. They go ichi, ni, san, yon. Yon is the alternative for 4. So I think it might have something to do with that. Maybe like moshi moshi is 4 syllables, so maybe it's like I don't know. I don't fuck. I'm grasping at straws here. Succubus sex line needs to be an anime. You probably could make a comedic anime off of that. Like in the guise of anyone ever watch The Devil's a Part-Timer? That one? If you have a show kind of like that, but it's like a group of succubus trying to do their thing, basically, but just on a sex phone line. That way they don't kill people, but they still get their like vitality, whatever it is they do. Right one. That sounds like it could actually be a thing. Unironically, a prototype calls one by accident, has the succubus trying to get him. Yeah, it sounds like it's the setup for a proper comedy. Or a hentai. Shit, like, I don't know. But a comedy, I could see it. Succubus that has protagonist syndrome has a harem but doesn't ever get anywhere with them due to being socially awkward. That'd be funny. But yeah, that's the vibe so far with the movies. We went on a tangent. I don't even know how we got there, but oh right, because of someone redeemed Moshi Moshi. That's right. Succubus in training accidentally says Moshi Moshi. Oh shit. You're not a demon. Get out of here. Okay. But yeah, I think we'll probably just play Phasmo today. How do you guys feel about that? Because I feel like that's just easier, honestly. Oh, did Moshi Moshi not work? Snake? You redeemed Moshi Moshi, but I didn't hear anything. Snake? Want to tell us something? Is you a demon? Is you a demon? I think I just bugged. Let me see if I can find the thing. Alright, you guys don't see me. Oh no, property. I'm gonna refresh the thing, see if it loads now.
Moshi
There it
moshi.
is. The demons have got it. Moshi. Jokes. Fucking Best Washington. Didn't he have chlamydia or something? I'm pretty sure he had some sort of like STD that was like really nasty. And he had the teeth that were really scuffed. Pretty sure. Oh god.
Moshi moshi.
Is he gonna play AO? Sound alerts just bugging? I think sound alerts might just be bugging. Let me see. It's just a little bit laggy. So it is what it is. I don't control sound alerts. I could honestly, realistically speaking, like the redemption points inside the channel redemptions, I can turn all those sound alerts into like proper sound alerts on the channel, so we never have to rely on the sound alerts app.
もしもーし。
But I just haven't. It was just easy because these two. Not ready for that sound. These two are in client. These are in Discord client, or not Discord, OBS client. That one and this one. And I just put sound alert in front of it just to match all the other ones that were already default in the program. So I could maybe, if it's gonna be buggy, I can change those three to be proper sound alerts, like this one.
あらあら。
Aaron Jaeger. But it is what it is. I will suffer from the sound alerts for now. Yeah, we can play some Phasmo. We talked about the movie night. You need a nosebleed emo. What emotes do we actually have on the channel? We have the Gasm emote. Got that. We got the Sophia face palm. Soft salute. I love that one. We have fucking, god damn it, I can't believe Ray actually what even was the instigator for Ray making me a twerk emote? To this day I don't remember. I love the Jojo emote. I use this one a lot. I love the flexing emote. I'm not even that like strong, but I love it. Probably Sophia. Probably, honestly. Megane is pretty cool. Hitsuga, I love. I like this one a lot because of the fire, but I feel bad using it because I don't want to be king of the dorks. You guys are the dorks. I'm just Hitsu. So this is a good alternative for me. Sheep overlord. Yeah, let's play Phasmo. Oh, ooh. Actually, not that it matters because I'm not gonna pay for any emotes anytime soon because I'm broke as fuck. But I don't know who this person is, but I got a sub gifted to them, I think. And I fucking love this emote. That one right there. I fucking love that emote. And I want something similar to that. Just like a type of emote. Because that's so fucking funny to me. King Hitsu of Dorktopia? Is it Dorktopia? Or is it Dork? Is it? Jack and Sunny are the lords of Dorkshire. Right? Right. Welcome to my stream, Ace. How are you doing? Duke and Duchess. You and Soph are king and queen. Dorkshire. When did that happen? Years ago. I don't know. I don't understand the whole family tree line shenanigans. Don't know it. I'm vibing. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I started stream 2 hours late, but I got a workout in. I made some food, ate, showered, slept in until 2, basically. I'm vibing. Can't type? No, you're good. It's your birthday. You shouldn't be typing. You should be having someone type for you on your birthday, technically. What are you up to, Ace? How have you been? What have you been, like, actually, what have you been up to? It's been a proper minute. Like, legitimately. Sheesh. The gains? Yeah, can't you tell? What's a proper JoJo pose? Could you tell I'm getting gains? No, I'm not getting gains yet. Not getting gains yet. Since I have someone typing for me. I was here last stream. I just lurk a lot. Well, I mean, I'm not talking about whether or not you're lurking. I'm just saying it's been a while since I've talked to you. Catch me up on your life, dude. What have you been up to? What have you been playing? Like, watching? Just in general. I don't know shit. Apricot? That's a cool emote. Is that a VTuber? Might be a VTuber. Alright, but let's do some Phasma then. Let's transition to Phasma. What's my thing under right now? Is it under just chatting or Phasma? It's under, okay, just chatting. That's good. We'll do some Phasma. We'll play with the homies. I'll be scared. But my first ever job this weekend, and yes, that is a VTuber I love watching. That's awesome. I always said, well, I'm not gonna be a VTuber, I don't think. If I was ever anything though, I would be a PNG tuber with different JoJo poses as my PNG character. But the thing is, the PNG character just has to be like buff. Like, I know I'm not buff, but the character has to be buff. And I'll just be pushing like a button. Every single time I talk, it's just switching between different poses. That's the way. You're gonna be joining for Phasma though? Buzu will not. Thank you, Buzu, for answering for me. I appreciate that. Like, it just has to be like ridiculous. And then like those days, whatever days it may be where I'm actually just tired, I'd be using that maybe. Wait, someone already has that idea? Attack Rack has one that's like that? Oh god. How dare someone steal my idea before I even got to see it? How dare they? I'm reporting them. Like when full power, it's got 4 arms. Nani? Nani? I wonder what font that is. But you've been working, you said, Ace. Like you just started a new job, right? How's that been? The first week is always... I feel like the first week of any job, the first day is kind of eventful, but then like day 2, it's just like business as usual. Like, I'm trying to remember, like, yeah, it's just second day is like, all right, well, you had the first day, get to work type of deal. I'm not sure what it's like for your like, I was gonna say the first week, but it's not really the first week. It's like day 2 already. It's like, all right, you know what you to do, right? Well, here's more. Basically is how that's always worked for me, I think. 1 you can't see, 1 for paintbrush, and 2 for flexing. Like, I see. That's funny. But I hope work has been fine. What have you been watching? Anything? Have you been gaming? Are you still overwatching? And yeah, this game looks extremely different now. Want to see some cool shit? Want to see some cool shit, Buzu? Check this out. I can't escape them. No, it's pretty spooky. Pretty spooky. Oh. What's that? Ah. Wow. How spooky. Oh god. What's gonna happen? Ah. I was a former Reaper main, but that was way back in Overwatch 1. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I was a Hanzo main, but I stopped playing in Season 8. It's just recently Overwatch 2 has been coming back, and people are really enjoying it. I played it, and I also really enjoy it myself. But it's definitely been a work in progress. Let me set up multiplayer real quick. I'm gonna put the code in Twitch chat for those who want to come, but the question is, I have to create it. I'm being silly. Okay, 4 private, create lobby. Ain't got the money for games these days, sadly. Overwatch 2 is free, silly. If you have Overwatch 1, you just have to pay for the battle pass for all the characters. It's no big deal, you know? No, I feel that. I'm broke as fuck. I feel that though. I'm broke as fuck. I'm broke as fuck. Whoa! Fuck!
Fucking hell.
You spawned in right when I was walking.
Sorry.
Hello, Sunny.
Hello.
We are still her. We are still her.
You're still her.
Cool. See, sometimes the sun actually just the moon or the sun or whatever does disappear from me.
Yeah, it does. Oh, it's disappeared from me as well. Oh no.
Yeah. It's just a little finicky. Just a wee bit finicky.
Just a bit heckin' goofy.
What are you going for today?
420. Not there.
Hey. Soon TM. If lobby fills up, I'll exit so others can have a chance to play with Hitsuga. Oh, well, yeah, no worries. We don't even have a full lobby yet. So good at that.
But you can knock the pins over? What?
Yeah, there's a little blue bowling ball thing.
Yeah, I tried it the other day, I don't know where. Let's see. What?
Since today's your birthday, I think
Yeah.
you should totally go and talk to the ghost by yourself.
Yeah, that sounds.
Sounds very birthday-y, doesn't it? Oh,
Yeah.
it's my mother calling. Hold up.
Uh-oh, he's in
Thank
trouble.
you, Ace.
Hello. Con được rồi, có ăn cơm chiên hồi nãy. I'll take an ice cream.
Oh, me too.
Same.
Bịch với mì bình thường, còn không biết nó có gì.
I'm in Discord VC as well, by the way.
Mixed. Yeah, that's it. Yes, vanilla. Thank you.
Yeah. You say vanilla.
No, that's it. Thank you, Mom.
Behind said vanilla is gonna put up a prediction of what kind of ice cream did Hitsuga just get.
How exciting. I'm gonna get some ice cream. Not what I expected, but I'm gonna get some ice cream. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, can't complain.
Sad I won't be able to join yet. Got a drunk friend coming over at 2 a.m., so this should be fun. The timing on that. That's kind of funny. I looked at him, or the notification. Should have drawn their face. That'll get him. That'll get him. But what's interesting is, so yesterday it was, I'll use Fahrenheit, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, or so. Yesterday, but today it was like 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yep.
And apparently this Sunday it's gonna reach up to 90 something degrees.
Jeez.
And I'm just like, what the heck is going on?
Right. Same here.
Is it the same for you as well?
Yeah. Yeah, we just got out of some cold weather. Now it's back to hot.
Yeah, no, it was really cold, like actually chilly. I was wearing shorts going to the gym, and I was like, oh, I feel kind of cold.
It was down to low 20s for us.
Yeah. It probably was lower for me. I just remembered when I woke up, so. But I'm just surprised by like the change in temperature in just like a single day.
Yeah. We had like 30s, 40s most of the week, and now it's like 70, 80 again.
Global warming.
I know, right?
The world is ending.
And for those not in freedom units,
You made it?
it's
Hey!
around 28 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, that's
So
Yes.
90 would be like 32 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. It's just a huge spike, almost 30-degree difference in a single day. Fantastic. I miss when fall was nice and cool. Yeah, I was just hoping for like a solid like 60s in Fahrenheit for a while. And it's just been spiking back and forth. I haven't got to experience fall properly yet, so I don't know what the heck is going on. Also, hello, Orgasmic Fries. You made it. Welcome to the chat. First time chatting in the chat. How was your drive so far for the weekend? I hope it's been good. Getting ice cream. So fucking happy. Does anyone want to join the lobby? We have room for one more for now. Damien said he can't join because he has to take care of a friend, so we support that. Take care of your friend. But yeah, we do got room for one more. Not too bad. I'm glad it wasn't too bad. Hope you guys have fun this weekend. I do, but can't. It is expensive. I know. Let me check how much Phasma was. I know that vibe. Gotham Knights? What is this on Steam? I see Nightwing, Robin, Jason Todd, and Batgirl. What is this? Yeah, I'm switching to desktop for a second. Oh, it's a new game that just came out.
Yeah. Looks like a good one.
Hope it is. I'm a big DC fan, big DC and Marvel fan. I know people always like, you can't be both, but I'm both.
It's like an E3 demo like a while back, a few years back. It looked pretty neat. It's basically looked like the Arkham Knight series, but with friends.
I see. It should be fun. Yeah, anyone who says you can't be like a fan of certain franchises, they're just gatekeeping for no good reason. It's like the Star Wars and Star Trek. Like that one specifically, huge gatekeeping community. But like, honestly though, They're both great.
Yeah.
But if we just have 3, we can play with 3 if you guys want. Until others come.
Oh, is
good.
that?
We can play with 3 if you guys want until others come.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'm in Discord VC as well, by the way.
Oh yeah, let me join Discord. My only complaint about if you're gonna be a nerd, it's okay to just actually be a fucking nerd and enjoy everything there is to enjoy about being a nerd or a dork. Like it should not matter. It should not matter.
Yeah, as long as you're
Oh wait,
having fun and not hurting anybody. Then...
Exactly.
we didn't add.
Oh, thanks, Tal. We were about to go in.
Who am I gonna die as today? This guy looks like a Daryl. I'm gonna be Daryl. Not me being a VTuber nerd? Yeah, how dare you? I prefer Marvel over DC, but I can appreciate some of the DC stuff. Like, anything featuring the Endless is fantastic. Like, I don't know what I actually prefer. In terms of, like, modern stuff, I prefer the MCU more, just because it's more chaotic and more fun. But, like, DC has really good fucking stories. It's just nothing's been adapted too well yet. So I'm just waiting for that. But like, it's just I'm waiting. And I also love like I also love the shows that like bash on superhero movies and shows and stuff like The Boys or Invincible, and like when they parody how ridiculous these movies are. I also enjoy that. The Boys is fantastic. Super gory, super fucking gory, but absolutely fantastic. Oh, speaking of The Boys, I'm not sure if anyone else watches The Boys. The marketing company, they do this thing on Twitter and like their YouTube channel as well. They basically have a YouTube channel and a Twitter that acts as if The Boys universe is real. So they have like people posting onto their Twitter like, oh, here at Vod Industries, we released something new for consumers to enjoy. But it's like in universe, in canon universe, and it's just so cool. I love the way they do it. I gotta go for now. Yeah, take care of your friend. Take care of your friend, Damien. We love you. Bye, Damien. See you. I love DC more, but many of my friends like Ghost Rider and Iron Man. MC has the edge in adaptations, but DC animated shows are insane. Yeah, no, and it's so troll though. It's like on their YouTube, they'll have people comment it and say stuff like, oh my god, I love Homelander. Homelander's so fucking amazing. And if you watch the show, Homelander ain't that amazing. But people will say stuff like that on their Twitter post or YouTube comments, and it's like they have an actual like team that goes out there and makes these different posts, and it's so cool. So cool. I love it. Sorry.
People alone. So we got normal objectives. That's nice.
Yeah.
Only normal objectives.
Yep. Means Hitsuga can't be extra today. This mission.
What's her name? Bradley Lewis.
Yeah,
Alright. I'll carry this. And we take the EMF? We took the EMF already. Alright. It's actually so cool. I love it. I love how they do it. It's such a unique idea. I wish more things did that.
This one's people who are alone, so I'll let you do that stuff.
You know what they're...
That was just checking.
Hey yo! Hey yo! Are you in here, Mr. Ghost? How did you die?
The doors are just open for a reason. I heard
5 degrees Celsius. Oh, where was that?
Kids' room.
It touched this door.
Is it EMF 4, 3?
It's just an object touch. I'm gonna leave mine in here and go look for the bone.
Okay. I have a spirit box. I'm gonna mess around with it for a bit. Could you find out what their name is again, Sunny?
Yeah. Bradley Lewis.
Bradley, are you here? Are you here, Sir Bradley? Did you die a baby death? Are you not cool? Are you simply average? Bradley?
Is this an infomercial?
Wait, did he respond to me? Are you? Oh, he is. Ah, you are average. Spirit box it is. Nice. Never call a ghost an average. Oh my god, sticky keys. Forgot that existed.
Why do you have sticky keys on?
I don't know. I've never pressed shift like that many times back to back. Alright, so we know it's a spirit box at least.
Can't believe you're a gamer who has sticky keys on.
I mean, I don't press shift that often.
What a gamer.
Grab this.
What a gamer.
Sorry. I'm gonna go grab salt. After this lobby, I'll try to show you some of this stuff. Ace, it's really funny.
It's down to like 2 degrees in here. 1 degree? 0.6?
The power go out in the building. I feel short. I got a camera now. I'm also gonna grab. Actually, no. Fuck the camera first. Grab these two. Go in there. Break him. Toss him in.
He's stalking one of us, I believe.
Yeah, probably. It's gotten down to like 0.1, but not any lower, so I'm...
But what else have you been up to, Ace? You watch anything cool recently? Watch an anime? We started doing this thing in Discord where we're gonna start watching anime weekly. It's kind of cool, I guess. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the spirit box real quick.
NANI? Did you know the
One Piece is real? Yes, sir.
It stuck to the salt already.
Oh, it stepped in the salt twice. Cool. Cool beans.
I'm pretty sure we got crazy time, but I don't know.
How are you doing, Second? What's going on? Oh, did you mention the One Piece? Because Ace is a One Piece fan. Forgot about that 2 minutes. I was distracted with trying to get my work stuff going. I fell off all anime. No, it's all good. Yeah, Spirit Box is confirmed.
Show yourself. What else we got besides Spirit Box?
What was that? I don't know yet. I haven't checked. I'm just putting stuff down. But thank you so much for the sub. Hey, it's working. I fixed it. It's working. The little red bar line thing. Go ahead and put this in there. How we doing? Are you heading in, Tally? Wait. I'm coming as well. I'll put the book down.
I'll keep an eye on the camera for now. Oh fuck, that scared me. I just walked in front of the camera.
I saw a footstep.
Have you guys got freezing temps yet? Because it got down to like 0.1 before.
Yeah, it's 3.4.
0.6. 1, 2, 16. It was cold there, but not cold enough. You're writing the book.
Did he? Not yet, no.
Said, can you write in the book?
Oh.
Can you show yourself?
Oh, he wrote in the book. Keep writing, my dude. Keep writing.
You got book writing.
You got book writing. Flying out to visit my girlfriend tomorrow. We're gonna spend. Oh, that's awesome. That's so awesome. Second, watch lots of One Piece with her. If she's a true waifu, she'll watch One Piece with you. I still haven't seen One Piece, by the way. I mean, I can't say I haven't seen it, just not like in order. I need to properly sit down and watch the damn show. Ghostwriting. No fingerprints yet. No EMF level 5. If it's freezing temps, it'd be a Moroi. Just keep staring at. Oh! That scared me. I see what you mean, Sonny. What's that in the corner? Oh, we got dots. That's what that was.
Oh, nice.
Thought her running by you guys. I mean, we got it then.
Oh, I see that.
So have you got all the objectives?
Yeah, we got them all.
I need a photo of the ghost.
Oh.
Wait, I need one of these for this. There we go. Hey, what's his name?
Wait, grab the camera. Grab the camera.
Bradley Lewis.
The head camera. Alright, I'm gonna watch his perspective. I'm watching his perspective. Bradley Lewis. You have a long day today, Second? If you want to join, we need a fourth. I'm not sure if you have the game or not, Second. Oh, I'm still playing the... I'll just let the play, actually. It's fine.
Anything yet, Tom?
I just saw the dots once.
Oh. It's still 0 on the activity thing.
Call Bradley Lewis average, because their blocks on the bottom left of the, or bottom right of the building or room, it spells AVG. So I think if you call him average, he gets annoyed. Welcome back, Fuzu. Assad.
Hey, Wesley. We go in there as well, I think.
Okay. I mean, I might as well grab a camera and go in as well.
Yeah.
Dude, Assad, dude.
Bradley Lewis, Bradley Lewis, Bradley Lewis, Bradley Lewis.
Turn off the dots. Hiya!
You guys see? It spells
Show yourself.
average. AVG. It also spells
Bradley.
L.
Bradley Lewis, you smell.
Damn, got him.
Oh, you made him mad. He's outside?
Oh, he's in here. He keeps touching this door, though.
I just accidentally... Well, that camera's useless to me now.
Good
Oh,
job.
that scared me.
Oh! Did you get him? I'll go
Thank
check.
you. I think I got him.
That made my heart literally jump for a second. Wowee. Fuck-wee.
He had a predator cloak.
Oh.
You did not get the photo. You did not get the photo.
Oh, shit.
Damn, I looked right at him.
must have blinked
Oh, it
away.
registered a footstep. Cause damn it. Alright. Do we have any more photos? Photo things?
No, I ran out of photos on my camera. That's why I dropped it.
I have a camera.
That was-
I didn't take any yet. Do you want the camera to? Or...
Yeah, I can go in there and try again.
Panic throws the ball. Yeah, I might have panicked through that ball a little bit. Just a little bit. Don't worry, Tally. I'm coming in with you.
Alright.
I'm bringing candles. Fuck that.
Yes, you gotta come back. You gotta come back. We didn't see you. We didn't see you.
Yeah, try again. Come
on, buddy.
Show up in that corner again.
There you go. I got you
Bradley
some lighting.
Lewis, you stank.
Stay. Stay ass.
At least I showered today, Bradley Lewis.
Damn.
Bradley Lewis.
Look at how the fire moves, actually. It doesn't move, but look at how it bends. They added a proper fire animation. That's kind of cool. Impressive.
Bradley, bitch, mount.
Bradley, you so average.
It used to get really pissed off. Did you close that? I was a bit spooked. It used to get really... Seize! It used to get really pissed off if you insulted it.
I think it still does.
Show yourself. Yeah, it has trigger words. Like, you're a terrible ghost. And you suck.
Bradley, fuck you. Fuck you, Bradley.
Yeah, that as well. Show yourself, Bradley.
Hey, you blew up my candles, you
yourself.
dickhead.
Hey, you did. Definitely got on that.
Ooh.
Should definitely have counted.
Yeah.
You counted that time.
Hey.
That's a nice
See the
ass.
picture of it.
Huh?
Right, you guys got your evidence in?
Yep.
Yeah. It's a degen. Fucking degens. I should have known. Should have known. Only degens get pissed off at insults. Delicious.
Welcome back.
Absolutely delicious.
$162. Ghost Interactions 25.
Damn, we were making bank that round.
I
Yeah.
got $212 because I got 2 dailies as well.
Oh,
One being
nice.
buying item from the store.
How do I check my dailies? Oh boy, that yawn came out of nowhere.
Dailies are dailies are over here. too.
Mhm.
This
Oh, it's this.
one's the dailies, one's the weekly.
Reach 0% sanity? I'm already there, dude. Just pay me.
Right.
Take 3-star ghost photos. Oh, those are weekly challenges.
Ah, it
Complete-
says there's a bone in the basement. Damn it.
I didn't see the boat down there.
Oh.
I got a bone to pick with you.
I don't know.
I created the unholy flashlight.
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date.
Ah, I forgot I did that. Yes, it's back. Thank you so much for the raid there, JT. Is that JT? Hello. Oh, you're doing Castle. Did you finally kick its ass? Oh, no. Sorry.
Does it work with the app?
It's already
Oh.
on.
Stay away.
I guess
Stay away.
it auto
No.
does it.
Keep your devil lips away from.
Keep your devil lips away from me. He died a bunch. JT dying? That doesn't sound like him. I know you're new DPS guy, but the JT I know, 0 deaths. Just like me. Never died once in a video game. Also, hello, Ibone Vaughn. Ibone Vaughn? What a name. I did finish Rondo of Blood yesterday. Are we watching the same JT? Yeah, surely, right? Right, JT? Did you know Vaughn in Norwegian or Scandinavian or something means hope, I think?
That's cool.
Yeah. It's also a song that's really anime. Who's JT? No idea. No idea. How are you doing, though? Did you have a good time streaming? How was your stream? Did you kick ass? Based on my name, Yvonne, but different spelling? Oh. Okay, so you just added bone in between your name. I see. Def Aku. That is such a cute emote. The fuck? A pride popcorn emote? Wait, why are they glitching out? Oh god, they were like walking in space. In Spanish, it sounds like Yvonne. Okay. But thank you so much for the raid, JT. How are you doing? If you don't know me, I'm just like you. That's basically the best way I can say that. I'm just a dork. You guys are all dorks. I created the unholy flashlight before you guys came in, and I'm just chilling. Based on my cat, Tiny Cat. I see. That's a very, very cute cat then. Eating popcorn, pride popcorn. That's really wholesome. I like that. But welcome on in as well, Defaku, and welcome again, once everyone. You did beat Castlevania, right? I'm not sure if you ended the stream last time. I'm not sure if you actually beat it. I did finish Rondo of Blood yesterday. Started SOTN today. Okay, yeah. That's good. At least you're having fun. That's what matters. Okay. I'm happy for you. This is for you, by the way. That's for you. Because, you know, JT Spice. Nice. And we're going pretty well. We don't have a full lobby right now. So if anyone wanted to join, you guys could basically join if you guys want. If you want to come and play, we're down. We just started. I started my stream late. It was one of those days where I laid in bed for 4 hours after waking up, dozing in and out. You know what I mean? Like it was one of those days. And then when I finally got to it, I was like, okay, gym time. Went to the gym, came back, took a shower, was in the shower for an hour, and then I ate. But I'm just big chilling right now. I know, same today. Yeah. It's just, that's what I mean. I'm just you guys. I'm just you guys.
Just do the shower best shower. I can Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Basically.
Nice.
Also, welcome back, Punk Rock. What's up? How are you doing?
You know, Cowboy Bebop is like the only anime I think I could actually see myself watching. It looks kind of good. To be honest.
Because it is good, Sonny. That's because it is good.
Like, you know I don't like anime, but Cowboy Bebop looks decent.
All it takes is one to enjoy, and then you'd be like, I'll give this anime thing a try. All it takes is one.
I'll never convert.
Cowboy Bebop? I haven't seen the live action yet. I wanted to. I think I was gone when it came out, so I didn't actually watch it. And then I heard all the reviews, so I just never bothered. But if it was good, I might watch. Oh, sorry.
You're fine.
I'm ready. Did anyone want to join real quick? If you guys do, I'll put the code in here. Come vibe with us. But we're gonna go ahead and start though. I think this one, because this is a small map one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a house.
Yeah, it's one
We
of
chose
two
two different
houses.
houses.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. JT, have I ever shown you the JoJo one? The JoJo notification? Have I shown you this one?
Welcome to your dream.
I've ever shown you that one? I hope so. If not, there we go. Yo, looks so cool. Well, thank you. Thank you. No, you love it. It's so dorky. I thought I never showed you it. But I had to. I had to.
Again. What is this?
Oh.
It's nice.
What would be like a not normal objective?
Where you have to scare away the ghost with a smudge check while it's hunting, or escape the ghost during a hunt.
Right. So like really situational ones.
Yeah, the ones that cause you to die.
Yeah.
I grabbed this one as well. But thank you again for the raid, JT. If anyone on my end doesn't know about JT, please actually check him out. They're quite dorky. They're a big fucking dork. I'm gonna be honest with you. Just proper dork in general. It's kind of ridiculous. Thank you for the / shout out. That's fantastic. Proper dork through and through. Just go follow him, please. Honestly. I'm gonna go downstairs.
Ghosty.
Hey yo, bitch! Kevin, bitch! Where are you? Imagine being named Kevin. Oh look, there's a little candle thing here. Little summoning circle thing here. Is that you, Kevin? I want a lighter. I'm too. Wait, hold up. I need to move chat a little bit closer over here to the camera. Hey, did someone drop a ball down the hall here?
Not me.
I did not.
You see, there's a ball there.
No, it's probably.
I got thrown. I was talking to chat. I was moving my chat, and then a ball dropped down here. So I'm not sure if that was in this room.
There's a ball that's supposed to be up here.
So is it in here?
There's a ball supposed to be on this wall. So it must be tossed from here. Oh wait, never mind. There is a ball right here.
Yeah, there's a summoning circle in the basement. Emulation 2 normal. I play on real retro hardware too, like a proper yeah. You're a dork. Factually a dork. Ooh. I haven't seen one of these in a while.
Stanley pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange.
Thank you for the follow, DPS
Anyways,
guy.
welcome, stranger.
Do you actually play DPS games or FPS games? Or I guess DPS is more of a character class games.
Open the upstairs bathroom door.
Did someone what?
Someone open the upstairs bathroom door or no?
I did not know.
No, I did not.
Did I drop that?
Where's it going, huh?
I think it's in the area because there's no reason the ball would just be bouncing around like that, right? I love that follow notification. That's actually the voice actor for the narrator in Stanley. I reached out to him last year, and it took a while, but I reached out to him and I said, "Can you say this for me real quick?" And he's like, "You know what? Sure, why not?" I paid him for it, of course. I think it was like $40 or $30 or something like that. I went over what people normally do for like those kind of things, just because I love his work. But he just gave me like, I only wanted the one line. He gave me like 10 takes of that same line, and I was like, holy fucking shit, dude, you're actually insane. I love you. So it's super cool that he actually did that. I fucking love it. It sounds like him. Yeah, it is him. So it's so cool. That's why I made it my follower notification. So when is y'all's wedding? What was that, Sonny?
Oh, never mind. It was how.
Oh. What happens when you burn the light or the candles on the ground?
Hmm.
Did I drop my flashlight again?
Oh, there's a summoning circle in the basement.
Some ghosts will, if you snuff out a light in your presence, they will hunt. Like there's a particular one that will do that.
So they will actually hunt.
Yes, because they're afraid of fire, and if you snuff it out, they'll become super brave and attack.
Okay.
So summoning circle.
Saying it's in the hallway or the basement.
Oh god.
Summoning circle? The basement.
Oh, the
Thank
ghost.
you.
Where's the ghost?
I got
Oh,
ice
I
cream.
don't know yet.
My mom got me ice cream. That's so nice. A creamy ice cream. It's like a milkshake. Okay. My stomach might hurt later, but okay. But thank you for the follow, DPS guy. Wait, you were top 10 rogue in WoW? That's pretty fucking impressive. Because, like, everyone plays rogue. Everyone plays rogue. Even people who I don't know, even people who don't know about WoW that much plays rogue. Oh god, I'm happy. Alright, sorry, I've been trolling. What have we... Did we figure out where it was yet?
No, I'm putting down locational things to find out.
This is
So
in the
keep an
hallway.
eye on the sound. There's nothing in the basement.
I think it's in the hallway where you mentioned earlier. It was thrown down. The ball was thrown down the staircase. So.
So then right in front of the basement.
Yeah, right in front of the basement. It was thrown down.
I can't verify it's all right.
They're either really good or really not. Yeah. I mean, that's how it is in a lot of games, though. Still, though, to be top 10, that's pretty cool. You have my respect, GPS guy. I know I couldn't. I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and
Yeah.
think it's in the hallway above the room.
Probably, yeah.
You there, Kevin? You pussy, Kevin! Kevin's a pussy!
Kevin, you smell. Kevin, you fucking stink.
Kevin doesn't shower.
Oh my god, it's you fucking scared. I felt like the outline of a person and I was like, ah!
You don't shower, Kevin.
Kevin, you smell like a stinky boy. You're a fucking stinker, Kevin.
What an insult, Hitsuga. I know. You like music, Kevin?
Can you write something for us? Can you write something for us, Kevin? You wanna do a little doodle on this book? Please? Guess not.
I know, Kevin's a big baby. You want to teach someone mahjong one day?
I think we should do the summoning circle.
Should we?
Maybe. Fucking
Can you turn
Sierra
the light
last
on?
time just went and did it.
Alright, let's do it. Let's do it together.
Do we have a lighter?
I don't have one. I have to go grab one.
Alright.
You want to do it, Tally? Want to summon some demons?
I'm gonna bring a camera with so you can get a picture of it.
Turn that off. There we go. Oh.
Oh, there's some activity on there.
There is some.
Still hasn't written anything. We're doing some summoning.
Are you downstairs, Tally?
I think you went down there, yeah.
Okay. I saw the motion detector. I wasn't sure if that was you or not. Are we doing this?
Yep. Ready to pee my pants. Let's do it.
Alright. Alright, we gotta run, right?
The bitch opened the locker and killed me.
Oh, you died? Oh, Sunny died.
Let's do the summoning circle, I said. It'll be fun, I said.
Yeah, dude, come back inside.
What was that, Tally?
It's hunting high.
Oh, shit! It's in the halls! It's in the hallway! It's in the hallway! It's in the hallway! Hey, how are you, Sunny?
I said hi, not die.
I did not know it was hunting. Neiman Wheeze. I actually got murked. Let's see if Tally can figure anything out, though.
I don't know anything to throw at Tally.
Find stuff.
Yeah.
Let's go find stuff to throw at him.
Maybe not.
Can't do candles. Can I do this cup? I can. Can I do the remote? I can. He got me from like here, I think.
Flesh. We have no evidence whatsoever, and I'm the only one left.
I got a TV remote, thanks. And a coffee mug, nice. And sip tea.
Sorry for saying we should do the summoning circle.
It's fine. Makes the game more exciting.
So boys, we got No objectives, no evidence, and most of us are dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that about sums it up pretty good right there.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Wait,
in.
Kelly,
But you see Hitsu on the monitor. I clicked it.
No.
Oh, because he was there, I think.
I'm not seeing anything on Dodge 6.
I'm literally just eating ice cream and trolling. Surprised it attacked, to be honest.
The volume is max in the hallway though.
I hope it's not my fault.
I think it might be.
I'm chilling. I'm still walking around this house. In fact, I just gained some new superpowers. I can walk through doors now. I can walk through solid objects. That's not deaf. This is truly living. To answer your question earlier, I did play a bit of Mahjong. I've never actually played Mahjong. I've watched a lot of movies and shows that has Mahjong in it. Like, cause growing up, I always watched these like Hong Kong movies, and it always looked so pretty and interesting. But like, I'll understand, like, it's just pretty pictures to me. I don't know shit about it. It's just pretty pictures to me. Matching pretty pictures.
I thought you were telling.
It's
I was trying to
phone.
scare you.
Let me.
Are you here?
Yes.
Are you close?
I'm triggering the motion sensor. Ooh.
Are you here?
Oh, Sunny. But no, earlier when I got in the room. Can I see the ball?
Oh yeah. Didn't you like throw it up the stairs? Yeah, it's like...
It was like this. I was just standing here and I just see this bouncing down like that.
Yikes.
And I'm like, what the heck? I was looking at chat. What just happened? And it looked like the way we throw it when we're dead. It felt like that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
turns out
on stream.
it was a ghost. Ghost was fucking with me. Similar to poker, but with JP. What's JP? It's I always avoided Mahjong until the Yakuza games. It's fun once you figure it out. I honestly have no idea. I just see pretty photos. Pretty photos. Oh, look at my body. My body's so dead. I stacked the cans.
Nice.
Will we notice it?
Just a stack of paint.
I like the pose you died in. It's
Hey, what do you see? I don't see it.
Oh.
Is it the same pose? I guess. I'm not sure if it is.
Oh, no, it looks different on stream. On mine, it's like you're like face down. I hear the ghost.
You can't believe I did that? That I stacked the cans?
Close the door. Turn on the light. Turn off the light. Chase the one throwing the ball at me.
He knows.
Give us a sign.
It's over for you, Tally.
Oh,
It's over for you.
it's not doing anything.
I'm killing Tally as a ghost. Let's go.
Strip temperatures real quick.
Mahjong good. Everyone should play. Hey, Shadi. How are you doing? I haven't talked to you in a while. How have you been? I've never played Mahjong. I would totally love to learn how to play Mahjong, unironically. Just because of how pretty the things look. the pieces are. It's like playing dominoes, but prettier.
Mahjong's pretty fun, actually, yeah.
Trying to stab a hole inside this paint bottle.
You have to go for Lexi now. It's not
Well.
gonna hunt you.
It's...
Fear my blade. Rugawa ga teki wo kurao. Wait, no, that's the other one. Rujin no keno kurae. Getting ready to see Drunk Souls. Oh, who are you playing with tonight? I'm guessing Soy as well, but who else? Which Souls as well? Also, welcome back, Punk Rock. How are you doing, Punk Rock? It's first time just vibing you. Me too. The usual suspects. Elden Ring should be fun. Drunk Souls is always really fun.
Nice.
It's
trying to murder me.
Stab him. This will teach you to abandon me. Huh? Left me all by myself in that damn garage. I'm a backstabber.
Heckin' dorks.
Boop.
Here, Charlie, enjoy some coffee. Oops, I spilled it. Enjoy some coffee. I spilled it again.
Still nothing.
There we go.
Just relax. Go inside, watch some TV, get some coffee. Oh, he left. Stab.
This ghost isn't doing anything but killing, is it?
Give us a sign.
Hey, this door is open.
Oh, I opened that before.
Oh.
Yeah.
I still need to finish Elden Ring. I have not finished it yet. I've been doing this no HP run. Like, it's a blind run, but it's just no HP. You know, me being ridiculous as usual. And I think I'm getting closer to the end, but I honestly have no idea. The game is so much bigger than I realize. The game is actually fucking huge. So, I'm trying to remember where I was. I just got out of the city and I went towards the foggy zone. Don't remember what exactly it was called, but it was the giant foggy zone. That's where I left off. I'm so happy, Mom. Bought me some ice cream.
Oh. It's fucking wholesome.
Oh, that's a cute photo.
Here, tell I took a picture of a dog. Quick. Puppy.
It's probably not in this hallway anymore. It came over here.
Yeah, I think it must have moved. Because it went in the garage. Would have killed you.
Can I knock over all of this stuff with this knife?
Give us a sign.
Is this not a sign, Tally?
Let me speak. You kill yourself. It's constantly being attacked.
It's because we love each
I
other.
wonder what happens if I leave. The ghost attack. Tally's sanity is dropping. His sanity's dropping.
Yeah. Oh, there's a fucking line here.
It should attack. It just hasn't yet. I don't know why.
Yeah, it
Oh.
must have moved.
It's just starting to.
Oh. Speak of the devil, eh?
Oh fuck! I can't see the camera angle.
Does Tally have a head camera or no?
But we can't switch it.
Oh shit, yeah. Oh, there he is.
I have to go see. I have to go see.
Where is it?
I don't know.
Basement?
I see where Tally is.
Oh. I thought.
Did he go downstairs? Where did the ghost go?
Well, I put in my guess as shade because it's pretty shy.
Oh, I don't have to make a guess, because I'd rather not have to replace $2,000 of equipment that guy.
Wait, what did Tally say?
I'm gonna make a guess because he doesn't want to die, basically.
Yeah. Oh, Tally's alive. Okay, I thought he already died.
If he died, I think we would get kicked back to the lobby.
Yeah.
Well, keep your guesses, so I'm going to hit the button.
Right. Okay, Tom.
Absolutely delicious. Ice cream is fantastic.
Nice.
Now in game, Fortnite Anime Legends Pack.
Hey, it was a shade. I knew it.
Hey, I guessed shade too.
Nice.
Yep, I did as well.
Yeah, it was pretty heckin' shy. So, game summary.
Shades are pretty shady.
We spent 22 seconds in the ghost room, so it was not the whole way the whole time.
It was the TV room, I think.
Oh, living
Was
room.
it?
Yeah, it came from there.
Oh.
Green bedroom is one location. Wow. Well, at least we... somehow.
Yeah.
I'll be right back while we figure out the next round.
Okay. What does the pumpkins mean exactly?
I'm not sure.
I think they're changing each time I see them.
Yeah, I noticed that. I don't know why. Maybe... No.
I open a chest once and I get teleported to a cave and you have to fight a boss to get out. Classic Elden Ring. Classic. Oh, Sonny, come try the bowling pin thing.
Uh-huh.
Come try the bowling pin thing.
Oh, yeah.
I enjoy Elden Ring though, but it is quite difficult. Where did it go?
It's...
It really doesn't do anything for you.
No.
I'll try it.
There you go. What the fuck? Not like that.
We're doing Jenga.
Yeah.
Alright, bet. I
Jengas
take
and
this one,
throwing everything.
and that one, and that one.
Hey, you broke it.
Fuck. Does anyone in chat want to come play and join the 4th slot?
Yeah, does anyone want to join the hectic spooks? I will be right back, actually.
Yeah, no, you do what you gotta do as well, so it's all good. If anyone wants to join, let me know. We got room, so we're just chilling. I'm playing with friends. Huh. Oh, let me ignore these guys real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and copy the code, put it in the chat for anyone who might want to come and play.
Hooray!
Hooray! Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sunny's also currently in the AFKs.
Yeah, I have a wireless headset so I can hear you guys.
Yeah.
Very handy, to be honest.
Huh?
It's very handy.
It is nice. I love wireless headsets, actually. I wanted this headset that I'm wearing right now to be wireless. I specifically went out to try to find one, but it just so happened that every single place I went to, it all sold out, so I got the wired version instead. But I really wanted the wireless one. Wireless is really convenient.
Yes, it is.
Just really is. There's no wire dangling constantly blocking you or something.
Well, I got a wireless mouse like many years ago, and it was awful. So I didn't really believe in wireless technology. So I was like, well,
yeah.
I'll give it a shot.
If the only thing I would use a wireless mouse for is like I'm laying in bed and I want to change the show I was watching. Is the idea. I would never use a wireless mouse otherwise.
I got this wireless headset because my expensive one broke.
Mm-hmm.
So I needed a cheap replacement. I got this one, and for a cheap replacement, it is pretty much just as good as my other one. And it's more comfortable on my head because, I don't know, it didn't say it's for white heads, but it's definitely for white heads.
I got you. No, I love wireless headsets. Very different than a wireless mouse. Wireless mouse, trash. Wireless headset, super useful.
People like wireless keyboards too. I'm like, nah, I'd rather just have a board.
Yeah.
Laggy.
Yeah, they're too laggy for me.
I already have an issue on Twitch where I type too fast for the emote to actually show up like the one I want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same.
Have you seen me post like the green raccoon face or a microphone? So I typed it in and hit tab and then enter too quickly for Twitch to figure out what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
It's like, how am I faster than AI? We built AI to be faster than us. It's failing its job.
No! Surely it's possible.
Juggle.
Trying to see if I can stack 3 blocks back to back. Huh? I did it!
Nice.
GG. I voted for Ridgeview Court.
Damn. I did it again. Okay, now can I make a bridge out of it? There's no way I make a bridge out of this. Hey, Ikanaide. Long time no chat on stream. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
I ruined it.
Welcome. Actually, do you have Phasmo? And do you want to come play?
Yeah, join us. Heck yeah.
One of us. One of
One of
us.
us. One of us.
I did be doing good. How are you? Oh, oh, oh. You do have Phasmo, but do you want to play?
That's the question.
Because we have room for one.
Two of us might want to take my spot.
Shark bait? Yeah, do you want to play?
That's a loaded question.
You don't have to say yes. But do you want to? Yes, and Mega Mind stare. God, he did that. I love Mega Mind. That was such a good show or a good movie.
No bitches. No bitches.
Oh, Tally got it. Tally got it. That's the code, yeah. Come join us. Come join us, Ikanaida.
Yeah.
Shark bait. Yeah, that was giga bait. I know Ikanaida came just wanting to chill, and then all of a sudden we're dragging them into play. Oh, my cheeks hurt. Ay, ay, ay. I'm not used to smiling. Shit.
Stanley pushed the
Gotta
follow
update
button.
real quick.
No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How strange. Anyways, welcome, stranger.
Welcome, Father Jeffrey. Hello. How are you?
You can see it on the stack over here. Biggish blocks.
Yeah, biggish blocks.
Biggish blocks.
And I do the impossible. What's up, Father Jeffrey? Give me a minute. Should not take very long. No worries. You do what you gotta do. We're trolling.
Brenda would say shit and bug like that.
Yeah.
It's the unholy flashlight. Oh! It's you! You're the wholesome dude. You're the one on the banner. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. See, my cousin, I have a cousin named Jeffrey as well. So I was like, it's spelled the same way, I think.
Are you sure? It's your cousin. You should know this.
It's, I think, Jefffery, or is it Rey? I don't know. It's spelled in the unusual way. I don't know. But my cousin is named that too as well. So I was thinking like, wait, is this my cousin? Because I also was talking to my cousin recently. Trying to see how he's been doing. Not too well. Yeah. So I thought it was you for a second, but it wasn't. You're actually Ikanaide's boyfriend. I see. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Ikanaide, we've known, I don't even know how long, but they've always done like this really cute art style in the Discord. They'd all share like their art. So they've always been appreciated. Can I make this? Oh wait, fuck. Shazam! Yeah, her style is actually really fucking cool. I like it. And I was gone for a while. Shame on me for basically disappearing off of the face of the earth for a bit. But she shared some of her new works, and I could tell already, like instantly, that she improved a lot in the time that I was gone. So I really could. Oh, I made you cry. Oh, almost made you. Just admit it. You cried. You teared up. It's okay. Almost. Dajobu. Oh, that's wholesome though. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, we're just waiting for Ikanaide now.
Oh wait, did I mess you up?
Huh?
I ruined it.
Oh no.
I made a fall.
Listen, you're right,
God.
but like...
It's reaching out.
No
Oh,
worries.
there you go.
I'm here to just cause chaos. I'm chaotic.
Chaos energy.
What happens if I do this with bowling pins?
They fall over.
I stacked 2. What's up, Vuzu? Do you like the Ara Ara? I wanted to add something for the damn Lenny face, but I couldn't figure out what. And it's like, oh, why not Ara Ara? Because that's funny. Yeah. I'm happy. Oh, Charlie, you added the movies. Perfect. So let's see, how many movie suggestions are there? There's Underwater, Dark Water, Hollow, 1990s, The Witch, Noroi the Curse, The Lamb, Audition, Takeshi Mike's, One Missed Call, Mandela Catalog List of Movie Suggestions from Stream. There's also The Witch, 2015. Okay. Somehow I gotta figure out what of those we're gonna watch tomorrow. What 3 of those we're gonna watch. Bet. Oh. I'm gonna stack 3. Can I do more than 3? I'm gonna try to do more than 3. Let's... Alright. Up in the sky. Up in the sky. Up in the sky.
Welcome.
Hello?
Oh, fuck. Oh, hey! Hello!
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Pretty good.
Sorry, I'm just stacking blocks. That's what I do.
As you do. We're in the Discord we see as well, if you want to join there.
True. We're also in Discord if you want to join. For whenever I guess we're dead and we're trolling.
Yeah.
For when we die and Hitsu lives so we can spook him.
Yeah.
Sort of like Saturn.
That as well.
Scary skeletons.
I got a shirt of that. It's awesome.
Oh fuck.
Yeah,
what do you want to do?
Dorks too.
Which one do we want to do though?
Ridge
Ridgeview.
view.
Sure. We'll do Ridgeview. Actually,
There's a Willow Street vote as well. So vote
what?
Whichever you want.
Well, that works.
I'm a little bit of a pro at this game, I'm not gonna lie.
Hey.
Oh, you are, huh? So you'll tell me how to not die? Because all I do is
probably
die.
Not. I might sacrifice you.
Yeah, I mean, we do that to Hitsu anyway, it's okay.
Yeah, we did that last game. Actually, we sacrificed. It's
What the fuck? I'm getting bullied already. It's been 2 seconds.
because you haven't readied up yet.
You're right. We'll go in. We'll go into the Ridgeview Court. The building has a real history of death. I missed everything else that the loading screen had to say because my computer is insane. I'm so happy. It very much is, I can confirm. Yeah, not even 2 minutes in. I'm being bullied already.
Oh man, we should have voted for the Sunny Meadows.
She shows love through sacrifice. It's good. It's good that she can sacrifice things for love. That's wholesome. I will put this on my head.
It's snowing on this map. Look at the
Really?
camera. I think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah,
quite
they have
cute.
dynamic weather.
That's fun. Oh, there's snowy map.
Their name is Jennifer Holland. Oh, that's so cool.
Hey.
Wait, I grabbed the wrong thing. Fresh. Alright. Put my ice cream over there. Turn on my flashlight if I can. There we go. Jennifer Holland, the sister of Spider-Man.
Whoa.
Is that you? Wait, I hear... You guys found it already?
I think so.
Garage or here, I think.
Jennifer Holland, you're a bitch! Oh, I think it responds to people alone, actually.
Jennifer Holland, are you here?
I heard that.
Yep, we got spirit box.
Jennifer Holland, are you related to Spider-Man? I want to keep talking to Jennifer Holland.
That was in here, though. Alright.
Jennifer Holland, how did you die? Did Spider-Man not catch you?
Damn. Just calling out Spider-Man like that.
Alright. They're gone. We're alone now, Jennifer Holland. What do you think of Into the Spider-Verse? Jennifer, are you there? Whatever, ignore me. How dare she? Ooh, someone grab a UV light on the door.
Already on it.
Nice.
Here's fingerprints.
Anyone have a camera?
I have a camera. I'm looking for the bone. You guys already found it.
Alright, let me go grab another one then. Where's the exit? I'm blind. Gotta be up early for suit shopping for a friend's wedding. Hey, that sounds dope. You have a fantastic night. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. I appreciate you. Thank you for the raid earlier as well. You're such a fucking dork. But I love you, dude. Enjoy your night, okay?
It sure did.
Precious dork. JT Souls. Ooh,
I swear, one of these days when you do that, you're just gonna explode in lightning.
Cool beans.
Do we have fingerprints?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
Right.
Yeah, add fingerprints real quick. A Mimic? There's actually a Korean horror film called The Mimic, I think. Cool.
God, I really hope it's not actually a mimic. That'd be annoying.
Yeah.
What's a Mimic? Alright, let me read about this Mimic. Why is the Mimic annoying? The Mimic is an elusive, mysterious copycat ghost that mirrors traits and behaviors from others, including other ghost types. Okay. So we need to check for freezing temps, I guess?
Yeah.
Oh, I have an issue where I somehow throw my flashlight down. I don't know how I do that. I mean, it's literally snowing, so... Oh, that's so cool. Got a photo of the moon. .4 degrees Celsius, 5.4 degrees Celsius, 3.6 degrees Celsius, 5.0. How are you doing, Unedited?
I'm vibing.
Yeah. It's not like a ghost is gonna kill us. Whoa! Whoa! That was it, wasn't it? Unless you're just got to your flicker.
I'm really good at flicking.
I see. Wait.
Oh, what is not?
Take a photo of the thingy. So what does a mimic do exactly? It says it copies the traits of other people, including ghosts.
Yeah. Basically, you could think it's one type of ghost, but it's actually a mimic.
So it can have other traits, basically. Like fingerprints when it's not supposed to.
Oh.
I was in here now. 0.3?
2, yeah.
Jennifer, can you write in this book? If you're able to, if you're literate?
Haha, Jennifer can't read. Nerd. Or, I guess not a nerd.
Quite the opposite, actually.
Yeah. It's hitting 0.3, but it's not going below. Oi! I thought I was actually getting attacked for a second.
Nice.
I have one photo left on this camera.
I thought I saw something, but with all the lights, it's hard to tell. Though I saw movement at the bottom of the camera.
Alright, I'm checking your temperature tally. Kinda cold.
Yeah, it's a
I
little
mean,
chilly.
we have to turn on the breaker. If not, it's just gonna be cold anyways because it's snowing outside.
Oh. Fair enough. What else have we not done yet?
What could either be...
That's spirit box.
Yeah.
We got fingerprints.
So it can either be freezing temps,
Just
dots,
writing.
or
dots.
ghost writing. Yeah.
Is there another camera?
Photo camera?
No, I'm just wondering if there's another camera angle for more dots.
Oh, right. We can put one in there probably.
Where's the other dots though?
I don't know.
Do one of you guys have the second dots?
Oh, within there?
Check the wall if it's still there.
I don't see it on the wall. I was gonna bring another one and get up a second angle.
I don't know.
Is that orbs? That's a lot of orbs, isn't it? Oh, that's snow. That's
No,
the snow
that's
outside.
snow.
There's only ever one orb floating around.
Yeah, and it would be really hard to see with all the dots.
It just has a lot of friends, is all. Silly.
Sure, you're right, you're right.
I didn't realize Jennifer Holland, who prefers people who are alone, was that friendly. Why is everyone calling me Stinky today? Hello, Nia. I'm being bullied. The first thing you say is, hey, Stinky.
You called the ghost Stinky, now everybody's calling you Stinky. It's karma.
I see. It's you, Stinky? No. What's up, Nia? How are you doing? I saw your short went crazy. Oh, did I place the book? I did.
On the second dots.
I'm taking a photo of this footprint. That looks gnarly. My camera sees this now. 0.8 degrees Celsius. 0.7 degrees Celsius. 2.7. Somehow sweat. Yeah, somehow.
Turn the power back on.
Jennifer, can you do something?
Can you do a backflip?
Well, she's kind of dead, so she probably could just float into one.
True. A floating backflip. I mean, Tom Holland is her brother, so.
That's very true.
Got no viewers, so it's just the YouTube algorithm doing algorithm things. I'm gonna grab a proper flashlight because I left mine in the garage. But I'm glad you're doing. I guess. How are you doing, Nia? What's going on? I know we talked recently, but you have a good day today. Hope so. Any... Oh, you guys are being hunted. Oh, someone died. Oh, Tally died. I just want to go grab a new flashlight. I wasn't expecting to just die.
I blame Hitsu 100%.
What? I do.
Yeah, we might need some pills.
Yeah.
Take your pills,
A
lady.
bozo? How rude.
Rip bozo. I'm doing fine. You just woke up? Well, good morning to you. If it's morning. It might be morning. I think it's morning. Good morning to you. I'm gonna go detect the sound of a parabolic microphone. I'm not getting any freezing temps in there, but I'm not sure if we have the exact spot. Should we try
It's
moving
like
the dots to the
moving.
piano room?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try doing
Is it-
that.
Yeah, because I killed Tally in that little like closet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to detect the sound of this hearing aid. Hearing helper 2000.
Oh, it's doing some shit in the bathroom. Dirty water.
I knew the ghost stank. I knew you stank.
Poor Tally.
Check if it's cold in here. 1.2 degrees Celsius in here. Go ahead and turn that off real quick. Yeah, I don't think it's freezing temps, but it's probably
Sedge.
something else. Yeah, honestly, kind of disgusting that it would just do that.
Kinda
I'll
cringe.
move it. I'm gonna move it and put this in here. See if this does anything. Turn this light off. And move the other camera? Where's the other camera?
It's over here. Right here.
Oh, am I blind? Okay. Now, I have a weird time placing these cameras down. Oh god, that made me scared, Demon.
I just threw a plate off the table here.
Did it though? Did it though? Yeah, it might be Tally.
Throw a plate in front of me, that would be.
Oh, it made noises in the parabolic microphone.
Agreed.
Alright, I'm gonna go check. before it moves again. No, you guys should apologize. They're there for a reason. They're there because I'm a baby. Wait, is it changing on its own? Can I do that?
No.
I detected a sound. Perfect.
Who the
Nani?
fuck turned the lights on?
Was it a ghost? Did the ghost do that?
Could have been.
I thought something happened just now. I have a lot of restless energies. I'm here to do something other than figuratively vibrate in place. Well, that's the best part.
It's punishment time!
We're always vibrate.
Christ.
Hello, Doctor. How are you doing? Save me, Doctor.
Well, it can't be
Okay.
or Ghost Orb.
Yeah, I don't think it can be Ghost Orb. Unless the Mimic is playing tricks.
Yeah.
No, we would have seen a Ghost Orb by now if it was.
The Mimic.
Yeah.
Trying to see if it starts, though.
But it can't be ghost orbs anyway. Oh, never mind.
No, I just got off Twitter where Nagito is trending. It's punishment time.
Oh, it just hunted, so.
Oh, really? Who did it hunt?
It could just hunt randomly.
Oh. We didn't see anything. Is that shadow getting bigger? That door just moved, I think. I think it's in the restroom.
Yeah. It might be in the hallway. By the restroom.
Girl, we have the camera, right? This one?
Yeah.
It made the sink water dirty. Ew. It
Oh,
killed
yeah,
my
by the way,
teammate.
That means it's demonic.
Oh.
Yeah, if it's dirty water, it's a demonic thing.
Thanks.
Still a baby. Jennifer Holland's still a baby. Only killed one of us so far. Weak.
Something tells me it might be a mimic.
What calls for it to be a mimic?
Because the dirty water. Dirty water is for demonic creatures like demons, oni, those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
And that's none of our options.
Fantastic.
And the mimic likes to mimic, so hey.
Okay.
I'm not 100%, but that's what I think.
And I've revolved around the sun another time today, so I am great. Oh wait, is it your birthday today as well? Happy birthday to you, Doctor. It's Sunny's birthday today. We're playing
Hey,
Sunny right now.
happy birthday. No.
It's everyone's birthday today.
Yeah.
We all celebrate the day we emancipated from mothers' wombs.
I never did.
When's your birthday?
June.
Happy late birthday.
Thank you.
I'm proud. I'm happy that you were emancipated from your mother's womb that day.
Happy
I'm old.
early birthday.
I'm very old now. I hate it.
Don't say that. That makes me old.
Yeah, aren't you older than me?
That's exactly what I mean.
Hey, I'm older than all three of you,
It's
probably.
okay. We can bully Jeffrey for being younger than both of us.
Oh shit. Jeffrey's a baby.
Yeah,
Just
he's
a bab.
He's 20.
Just a bad.
So, anybody gonna go back in and find more clues?
Well, the only three things we can find right now are freezing temps, dot projector, or ghost writing. We didn't find any freezing temps like anywhere though. We can go mess around with ghost writing. I'm bring smudge sticks.
Yeah,
Oh.
I've got one too.
Make the whole place smell.
I don't know, incense put in smells pretty good.
Yeah, but smudge sticks are kind of funky though.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sticky keys.
I was like,
There's no ghost writing.
Where's the other book? Here?
The book's right there.
That real quick. I want to place it in the bathroom, maybe.
What?
What?
no writing.
Cleansing all these areas.
Can you write something?
Jennifer Holland, can you write in the book or show yourself?
Oh, we have one up there. Let me just throw that in there.
Yeah, there you go.
Where's the other thing I was carrying? I was carrying another thing. Not that. Oh, parabolic. I just stock up on bits when I'm not on iPhone, so I don't have to pay the Apple tax. Oh yeah, Apple tax is actually stupid. I mean, I get it. Oh, I forgot Tally died here.
Yeah, poor man.
Ooh, he opened something.
Oh yeah, he's in the bathroom.
He chilling.
I think we're interrupting his potty break.
Yeah, I think we might be.
I mean, he's dead. He doesn't need a... Or she's dead. She doesn't need a pee.
You don't know that. You're not a ghost. You don't know how they work.
Oh, Tally's throwing cans.
Well, I'll have you know, I once...
Oh, ghost ready, ghost ready, ghost ready.
Ghost writing.
Yeah, bitch! Yeah! Yeah! We're cool! It's a poltergeist! Sonny? Are you dead?
I was like, no!
No, but Apple tax is ridiculous. Ah, why do I keep doing sticky keys?
I swear, if I put poltergeist and it turns out to be a mimic, I'm gonna cry.
Well, I did Polty. I took a picture of that and it said fingerprints. It's just ass.
Nice.
You see it? The ghost left UV evidence.
Amazing. We love to see
Somebody
that.
left some fingerprints on
So we
that
got it
ass.
ready?
Oh no. I got it though. I think it's Poltergeist, right? Tally, did you get it?
Well, if we didn't,
Yeah, I'm
Good
good.
luck.
good luck, soldier.
Loading game. I'm a BRB. I need to pee. Basically.
Nice.
But we did it. It's a Poltergeist.
Yeah.
Tally died for nothing. Or died for yet something. That's what I meant. Yeah, I'll be right back. I have to go pee real quick. You guys vote.
Don't slip.
Don't slip? If I don't, I'll become a ghost. I'll let you guys know what it's like. BRB.
Yeah. Check if you could pee as a ghost.
I'm supposed to do something when I go on breaks. I keep forgetting I need to do this. Running an ad. My bad. Okay. Okay.
Don't do that.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Vixie happy. What an emote. Hopefully is the ad done? I hope the ad's done. I hate running ads, but I need to make it a habit. When I go on breaks.
That may be my last one for today. I'm pretty heckin' sleepy.
You're sleepy?
Yeah.
It's all good.
Mm.
No worries, Sonny. Let's do something crazy then.
Yeah. Thanks for the games, though, guys. It's fun.
Haven't we been doing crazy stuff the whole time?
Bye.
Wait, who's leaving right now?
Well,
Well, oh, you're leaving right now? I thought you're playing one
Yeah.
more. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Sleeps well.
Will do. Bye.
Enjoy your rest, Sonny.
Thank you.
Happy birthday again.
No, you? Yeah. No, you.
Okay. Take care, Sonny. This dork. Interesting discovery. Ads on a stream where the stream has nat 20 charisma and a cool community are not annoying. If either one of these is lacking, something like ew, ads exist. Do I have nat 20 charisma? Is the community cool? Well, the community's cool. You guys are cool. I like you guys. But do I have nat 20 charisma?
Yeah, nat 20 and Dorkitude.
Oh god, I'm just cringe. I'm just cringe. A nat 20 cringe.
Nat 20 cringe.
Jerk. Wait, does your boyfriend have this game?
Huh?
Does your boyfriend have this game?
He's on console, so no.
You play on console? Father
In fact,
Jeffrey?
He cannot afford a PC. He's a simple broke college student.
Just take someone's PC and let them not know. Just to play Phasmo with us. That's what matters.
You know, he's right.
Like, I've never met that ads are run. They serve an important purpose, but I've grown so it comes to having YouTube Premium and also like 5 Twitch subs. Also, yes, I vote you. Have not... I have not 20. Oh, that's blessed. Does anyone want to join?
He's on it.
Oh, he's actually doing it? Okay, we'll wait for him then.
Yeah,
Shouldn't
he's
take too
doing a
long.
PC. Somebody, who knows?
Yeah, it shouldn't take too long. If you live
just
on...
a couple of days.
Yeah, we can wait. We can wait.
A couple of days.
He's a dork. You found someone special, Ikanaide. I'm happy for you. Okay. But if anyone wants to join, let us know before we go in. I'm gonna vote here.
One of us. One of us.
One of us. One of us. I fucking love that. Sunny Meadows restricted. What's the difference?
Restricted is smaller. You get like a quarter of the whole place to explore instead of the whole thing.
Ah. Sure. Why not? Good morning, sunshine. The Earth says hello. Oh, Sierra's alive. Perfect. Hop on, Sierra. You're coming to play with us.
Oh, because that means I'm leaving.
Nani? Oh wait, the summoning candles are here. Yeah, perfect. You came up. You're here now. You gotta play with us. Oh, I can actually like look at them.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
So, Sierra, if you do want to play, you'll be taking my spot.
We don't have a full spot though.
I thought we had a fourth coming in.
Did we? Oh, her boyfriend? It'll take a couple of days for her boyfriend.
Yeah. He doesn't have a PC.
I thought that was memes and that it wasn't actually take a couple of days.
No, yeah, he needs to steal a PC. He does not have one.
Oh. Got that. That's that. No, you want to sleep?
Murder might be happening, but who knows?
Oh well, I hope
Confirm nor
not.
deny.
I hope not. No need for murders. Just sacrifices at most.
So, Sierra, Sunny and Hitsu decided to do the summoning circle, inspired by your antics. I was the only one alive. Nice.
Ponder the orb.
It looks like flour. Yeah, it didn't go well. It didn't go well. But if you want to come play Sierra, let us know. Now. In the next 2 seconds, I need an answer. Then I'm going to start.
Or enough whenever you feel like it.
Alright. Be scared. I am scared.
Hitsu's always scared.
I mean, I'm never scared. Me? Scared? Baby game? Not in this house. Alright, I'm starting. Let's go. I could try to play in like 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes. We'll beat this in 15 minutes. Didn't scare me that time because I saw it. Look, little baby man. No, I look big. I am big adult man. I was going to say adult baby. Adult man.
Moshi moshi.
Moshi moshi. How are you doing, by the way, Maddie? You heckin' dork. Fuck.
Language.
My bad. I didn't mean to cuss. Maddie. Huh? What was that? Unedited?
How fucking dare you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I cuss. I really don't fucking mean to, but I just. Well.
Dude, what the fuck, Kyle? What the actual fuck is
What
that?
the fuck, Kyle? Damn, it's like. What the fuck? What are you doing, step bro?
You know what would work?
I am not paying attention to what's going on. But Maddie, how are you? Actually, though. Wait, what's his name? Step the heck up. Oh my god, like step the heck up. Right now. Judy Jones. Oh, big baby man. You know me. I'm big baby man. Judy Jones. I was fine until you called me a nerd. Called you a stinky nerd. Yeah. Everyone's calling me stinky today, so I'm gonna call other people stinky now. Where's the haunted mirror?
Okay.
Cool beans.
It's in a room with one of those rickety beds.
Oh. Fantastic.
I have no idea which one it is.
Rickety beds. Judy Jones, are you there? Judy Jones. I'm all alone. Judy Jones, I'm all alone. Are you there? Is this a rickety bed? Judy Jones, I'm all alone. And I'm on the phone.
Yeah.
Oh. Do something.
Hey, just threw this off the wall. I saw it.
In this room?
This room then? Judy?
It's 12 degrees in here.
It responds to people alone.
11 outside.
Oh.
9.
Judy Jones, I'm all alone. So please, please, call me on the
it's this
phone.
room.
Oh, it's the other room.
It's definitely this room.
This one?
Point 5.
Oh, EMF 5.
Oh.
Let me add evidence. EMF 5.
Are you
You
here?
got it? Okay. No, you're sus. Because you harshly keep Musu? What the We're bullying Maddie. Alright, I'm gonna head out and grab more stuff real quick. I wanna bring the mirror. I'm yoinking this motherfucking mirror. Come here, baby. Come here, mirror.
Y'all are being hunted.
Oh, we are?
Yes. Hide.
I think someone died.
Yeah, y'all are good. Tally died.
Oh no, Tally.
Not again.
Got EMF 5. I wonder if he got Spirit Box, so he's alone.
Oh, I hate that it's EMF 5.
You hate that it's EMF 5?
Yeah, it's all the dangerous ones.
The dangerous ones, okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and pop a pill real quick. Cause
Yeah, you do that.
let's see, what else do we need? I'm gonna grab a dots. Wait, did you grab a dots already?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, never mind. Oh, I mean I can grab another one, that's fine.
Can you grab a journal?
I'll grab a book, yeah.
Yeah.
Bum 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 bum. Alright, here we go.
I hate this already.
We only lost 1.
Out of 3.
Oh, found him.
Oh, damn.
Fuck off! God damn it. Are you alive?
Yes.
Okay. I'm heading back towards you. Damn.
Are you here? Are you here?
I'll
Are you
give you
close?
room.
Are you far? Are you here? Are you close? Are you far? How old are you? Are you old? Are you young? How old are you?
They're all dead! Turn your flash off while it's hunting, Hitsu? Please give me something. I see no ghostwriting, so there's no ghostwriting yet. But you're in this motherfucking room. Please give me something. Anything. I heard no spirit box, and there's people talking the entire time. My sanity's at 28%. You're a dickhead, Ghost. Ghost orb. Motherfucking yes, that's one. What else? What else? What's a Raiju? Raiju needs dots. Okay, give me dots. Give me dots as well. Give me dots as well. If I see no dots, it's motherfucking dots! Let's go, baby! Let's go! It's a fucking Raiju! Easy peasy! Easy fucking peasy! I live, baby! It's a motherfucking Raiju. Alright, I'm not sure if you guys can hear me, but it's a Raiju. And I'm also in a fuck going back in there kind of mood right now. So,
yeah, we figured it out before you did.
Oh, really? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Never mind then. I guess we're all better ghost hunters once we're dead. Zero death, baby! Don't need no evidence, because I got 20 bucks. My homies are dead, but I got 20 bucks. $25.
Yeah, we figured it out before you did.
How?
He was really fast walking.
Super fast, super angry, a lot of electronics. Raiju.
Can siphon power from nearby electrical devices, making it move faster. And they're also constantly disrupting electronic equipment and attacking, making it easier to track. Oh, well, that's why it's appeared like crazy on the orbs thing then.
I saw it was so fast when it got Ikanade. I was like, oh shit, it's gotta be a Revenant. But then we got a clue, and I was like, nah, it's Raiju.
It was either Rev or Raiju. And there you go.
I was fucking terrified because it was chasing me by myself, and I was like, I'm fucking dead.
Well, after checking the journal, Revenant cannot have EMF 5. We got EMF 5 first.
Yeah. If anyone in chat decided to do anything to jump scare me during that one specific moment, I would have let out a sound and I would have died. I know I would have died. I would have been like, oh shit. And then they go to the, like, oh, you're here. Holy fuck, I was so afraid when both of you guys died.
We sure did.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It's right, I got 25 bucks though.
That was such an aggressive Raiju though. Like, holy
yeah.
Fuck. Did I say something to piss it off?
Probably.
Yes, probably.
What did you do?
Probably, yeah, it's probably just stank.
Maybe.
I got offended.
And I think I also said fuck you at some point, but I'm not sure what in particular too.
You cringe.
Well, we go. Wait, is Sierra ready? That was kind of fast. I'm not sure if Sierra's ready or not. I'm gonna go one more. It's all good. Also, Maddie, if you're there, I'm sorry I called you a nerd. I appreciate you, you dork. I hope you're doing well. I almost said it, but I'm not. I will be nice tonight. I will be nice tonight. I appreciate you, Maddie. Oh, I see ghost orbs. You see it? There's like a lot of them coming down.
Bobbers.
Those are ghost streaks. Excuse you?
Their name is. Why are all these guys reacting alone? Okay, their name is David Lee.
They said David Louis.
David Louis. David Bowie. Mr. Lee. Oh, David Lee. Please tell me, do you see where I will be? David Lee. David Lee. Okay, Mr. David Lee, you're a fucking pussy. That rhymes too. David Lee is a baby. Mr. David. David Lee. David Lee. David, are you there? Are you there, David? Are you there, David? Oh, there's a foot in here. Cool beans. Is that your foot, David? I'll turn on the lights for this one. There's a foot in there. David! David's such a baby. Oh my god. David! Say shit.
Find the bone?
It's in here, it's in here. Do you have a camera?
Where is
Where?
it?
The bone's in here.
Oh,
Bone. There's a football.
Lee, are you in the toilet?
The door, I think, in the toilet was slightly open when I came in, but I'm not sure if that indicates anything.
That don't mean nothing.
It's kind of cold in this hallway. There's like cold spots
Where?
in this hallway upstairs.
I think it's a couple degrees colder. Like it's 16 here, and it goes to 10, and then sometimes it'll dip down to 9 or 8.
It has to be upstairs somewhere then. Maybe in the attic?
I don't see anything else in the attic. Actually, yeah, go now and check it.
David Lee.
You're such a baby. David Lee is a baby. Anything?
12, bro. It's 12 to 16.
Oh, I saw a ghost orb with my own eyes.
Oh no.
I guess we have to find other equipment.
Do we know what?
Do we know what?
Do we know what the cursed item is?
No, we don't.
Alright, I gotta use the restroom, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Have fun, don't slip.
Our sanity's down 30%. That was pretty quick, actually. We were in the area, I think. I'm gonna go set
I
up
have no
somewhere.
idea where it is.
I'm gonna set up in the hallway, see if anything happens. Rawr. I'm just gonna put it like right here.
Arizona wants to be gold alone, so
Did I do that right? I have a hard time setting up the camera. Can you check? David, are you there? Are you there, David?
David. David Lee. Give us a sign.
Can you make
Can you give us a sign?
the rain stop? Can you move that ball?
David Lee, are you here? David Lee.
Damn, those photos are ugly. David Lee, are you ugly?
David Lee. David, are you here?
Moshi
Are you
moshi.
close? Are you far?
Moshi Moshi, David Lee. Can you say Moshi Moshi back to me?
David, are you here? Are you close? Are you far? Where are you? How old are you?
I'll go check the camera, see if you see anything. Because I'm not even sure if he's up here now.
I was going to check downstairs for temperatures again.
Okay. Welcome back, by the way. Did you slip?
No, we didn't.
The farmhouses are pretty scary.
This is an annoying ghost already. It's doing nothing. Something tells me it's a shade.
Could be. Did I see a ghost or was that a rain?
Oh, I got a .8 in here. The tool shed is back at the house.
Tool shed?
No, it's the hallway.
On my way.
It's this hallway.
Econity at 30%, 40%, I mean. Here, I'm gonna take a pill so that we bring our average sanity back up.
Well, we found it.
Yep.
Found it. It's in the tool shed, right? I'm gonna bring the camera and
It's
dots.
It's in the hallway of that shed.
Oh, the hallway of it?
Yeah.
Do we get any evidence, like any EMFs or anything?
No.
Okay.
Nothing yet.
Cameras.
Oh, fuck.
You
Tried to
dropped
drop
the
my camera. I don't know how I accidentally dropped stuff, but I do.
If you hit G, then that'd be why.
But I'm hitting not G. I think I'm just fat fingering it.
Or if you change items with the camera.
Oh yeah.
In this room?
This hallway, yeah.
Yeah, it's this hallway.
Did I set that up properly? Hope so.
Seems like it. You got book and stuff in there. It's almost freezing temperatures. It was on the verge.
I just realized I had music playing this entire time.
Let's not mention it.
I'm gonna turn it off real quick. We're entering late night spoopy hours, and I still got music playing.
I mute your stream so I don't have to hear myself because that's super cringe.
Unless you guys are enjoying the music, then I can leave it. I don't even know where the music is. Which tab is it? This tab? Not that tab. Is it this tab? No, it's not that tab. Which tab is it? We got orbs. Or not orbs. Oh, we got dots. My bad. Haven't seen any orbs yet. I don't see any orbs.
So much for the shade theory.
We haven't tried spirit box in this area yet, have we?
No.
I don't think so. I'm gonna give it a shot.
Prevent the ghost with crucifix. Oh, is there crucifixes there? I'll bring smudge sticks.
Yep.
Yeah, I brought both crucifix in there.
I'll cleanse the area then. Grab one of these as well. Already did. I already did.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have dots.
My light is not working outside. Hacks. Anything?
I'm gonna drop the spirit box in here. Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
Oh, that's a brick your pants moment. Shot a camera.
Terrifying.
Just a little.
I think the spirit box is up top, upstairs.
Yeah, I'm gonna
We
grab
can
one.
remove the dots from in there, by the way. We do have dots.
Okay.
There's one.
That way we can check
That
with
one over
for
there.
ghost orb.
Well, I'm awake now.
I woke you up. I didn't see what happened. I just saw. I heard the
It appeared
noise.
right in front of me, and all the loud noises happened. Where are you?
We got spirit box.
Hi. There's nothing behind me. Right. Get a freezing temperature. Nope.
Oh, I really hope it's not a Deogen.
A degen?
Last time. Like we had it once before. It's the only time I've ever seen one.
What is it? What does a Diogen do?
I don't know,
You
we
can't
never
hide
read
from it.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
You can't hide from it, and you basically, when it has you in its sights, it goes very slow.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah. But you basically have to keep running away from it until it stops hunting.
Okay.
So just find a place to like run around in a circle and hope it doesn't get you.
Alright. So, other main things we need: freezing temps. Nope. Ghostwriting. Maybe. Fingerprints.
If we get
Nope.
ghost riding, it's a Deogen.
We can get fingerprints. Ghost orb is yokai. Or EMF level 5. Okay. Is it upstairs?
Fingerprints for a phantom.
Oh wait, it moved the door. I think.
You can check for fingerprints.
Let me bring a camera.
Speed.
I play Pokemon Go every day. I play Pokemon Go.
Ah, fingerprints.
Fingerprints.
I have camera.
Phantom.
Where is it?
Right on there.
Hooray, we did it.
Fuck that guy.
Stop hunting.
No, he wasn't hunting. It was just an event.
Oh, I thought it was hunting. I dipped.
I
No,
wasn't
yeah,
sure
same.
either. Wasn't sure, so I
Never
took
take
two.
the risk.
Did snap a photo, but I missed.
No, fuck them.
Missed.
I mean, we have a crucifix in there still.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it hasn't hunted. It's just been doing events.
Alright, well, we know it's a phantom. We can try to get the photo of the ghost and prevent the hunt if you guys want.
Whatever y'all want to do.
I mean, David Lee's kind of a baby anyways.
What a win.
What's the worst that could happen, you know? Let me read about this phantom though. What do phantoms do? Looking at a phantom will drop your sanity considerably faster. Taking a photo of the phantom will make it temporarily disappear. They are most commonly summoned from Luigi boards.
The Luigi board?
Luigi. Yeah, Luigi board. A Lego board. The Kaiju board.
The Wicca board.
Guys, I'm shiny. Purple.
Purple. Show yourself. Thank you. Bye.
Well, that works.
Show yourself, I.
Oh, it's attacking.
Oh, I didn't get it. It gave me a footstep.
It's attacking. Are we good?
We're good.
Okay. Welcome back, Orgasmic Fries. What a name. Did you see your fucking honk? Oh, I forgot I had that. Honk.
Well, I didn't get the picture, but I got a 3-star footstep photo somehow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
The ghost stepped in the salt. How did that not prevent the ghost from hunting?
I don't
Because it
know.
wasn't in the spot that it spawned.
You go again?
You can.
I can.
Over there. Hey, I'm footing a bill for this expedition, so I've
Not
been
too
here
bad.
a couple of times.
Let's go.
Fair enough. I only got one photo, but we gotta stop it from spawning. If I die, I die. I think it's deeper in then.
I have no idea where it actually is. Ah. Oh, no, we got it. It just burned across.
Oh, nice.
Fuck that.
Not dealing with that. Hey, I'm out, baby. All right, group photo.
Went in.
Wait, where did Tally go?
Hey Sally, we got the crucifix burned. You can come out now.
Tally?
As it ran, sideways, kind of like skirting the edge.
I got him. I got a photo of him.
Cringe.
Yeah, what the heck?
It's not cringe. I just love taking photos of my homies. Okay. Perfect. Got it. Ghost. Alright, I locked it in.
Random.
We're so good at this game. We're so good at this game. I only almost shit my pants so far.
Welcome back. I prepared some
That's it. Only slightly shot myself.
Only slightly. Do you need a pair of brown pants?
That's so good. The first note of Ultra Instinct. That's actually so good. I'd fall asleep in your chair and that woke you up. Go
Sorry,
lay
Sonny.
in bed, Sonny. Go lay in bed. Get some rest. All right. We lived it. All right, Sierra, you're alive now. Come on in. You just typed the timing. It's time. The timing is now. Ikanai's boyfriend still's trying to steal a computer, so we gotta be a little bit patient on that end. Wait, Ikanai, can you come try something? Can you try to knock the pins down?
Knock the pins down?
Yeah. It wasn't working for other people, but I could do it for some reason. I was wondering if it's a server thing.
Nope.
What?
I cannot knock the pins down. Cringe.
I can't knock him down either. Just oh, I got it.
He's got one.
I'm the best.
I got one too.
You guys want to play Scuff to Jenga while Sierra logs on?
Sure.
Alright, I grabbed this one.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, you're chaotic. Nice.
Who blew on it?
It was David Lee. Absolute baby. Is Sierra getting on? You're fucking clipping. God damn it, let me see this. How do I switch to desktop? Is it this? Only slightly shot myself.
Slightly. Do you need a pair of brown pants?
That's great. Econitis timing with Tally's Ultra Instinct. Perfect. Alright, Sierra, come fast. It's been 30 minutes. I'm not sure if it's actually been 30 minutes. I'm just throwing out a number. But come fast. Can I get this in the hole? Wait, is there no hole?
Oh my gosh.
That's not a hole.
Stop.
What?
Tell somebody to come fast, now you have trouble with holes.
Oh. No, but it's not a hole. Like, unironically, it's not a hole.
It is a hole.
No,
You
it's
can't put
not.
things in there. Look, see, look. Damn, oh,
Oh, that's inside. I got that in.
See,
But how is
it
this
works.
bowling pin not going in?
This is not meant to. The beanbags are.
I see.
I don't know. I think there's some shenanigans going on. Yeah, the hacky sack goes in. Oh, Sierra go. Oh, it went in! I did it! I got in the hole!
GG. Sophia would be proud.
I'm sure she would be. Room code. First time, huh? Yeah, that's the first time I got that bowling pin in the hole. Oh, I have to go over here to get the
Your
pin.
first time getting it in the hole? What?
What? I'm a wholesome person, okay?
Somehow I don't believe that whatsoever.
Ugh. Beanbag, come here. I put the code in the Discord. Yeah, wholesome. I am. Anyone who knows me knows I'm wholesome.
Yeah, we're very wholesome here. The bestest, wholesomest community.
No one wholesomer than me.
So maybe
Let me
Sophia.
get this stuck. No, Sophia's lewd as hell.
Wow, calling her out like this.
Wait, who were we calling out? What's happening? Oh, we're paying attention.
I was calling my boo lewd as hell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because she is.
If I remember, I believe it.
Yeah, you probably do remember, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. She has said
That's
things
okay.
I never thought anyone would ever say, like being boo-bought by Trump.
What?
It's
Oh,
okay, 'cause
I
now
know.
I'm
I get it. I get
extremely
it.
lewd.
Unedited. No way.
Yeah. I've been
I-
corrupted.
I am aghast. Father Jeffrey, I need to have a chat with you.
Oh no, I was like this way before him.
Oh, never mind. Father Jeffrey, you're exempt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sarah!
Essentially, I turned 21, and that was all it for me.
21 was like, I'm 21 now. Let's explore a little bit.
Let's see how raunchy I can get.
All it took, once you do it, you can't go back. Just like meth.
Just, I mean, all of the above for me.
Ooh. There's a pink or purple power button on the back of the flashlight. I never noticed.
Yeah, that's the power button.
Yeah.
Alright. Can we hear you, Sierra?
Oh, he has to say something first.
Yeah. Let me see if his shit's working. Oh god, his eyeballs and his tongue look very symmetrical.
Hello!
Oh, yeah, we hear him.
Classic Sarah.
That was not exactly what I expected to hear. Like, right off the bat.
Yeah, that's typical Sarah. You'll get used to it.
Oh no, I don't mind
hey,
it.
that
I was
looks
just not
cool.
ready. I was trying to
That looks
munch
cool.
on some cookies.
Hey,
Oh.
Sarah, look this way, but don't move.
Don't move, but look at
Oh, you ruined
you
it.
ruined it.
Ruined. Forever.
We'll never get the look now.
Nope.
I'm off to sleep. I can't stay awake. I hope y'all have a good spoopy time. I love ya. You take care, Sonny. You enjoy your night. Sleep well. Happy birthday once again. And take care. Doctor, if you're still there, happy birthday to you as well. Once again. Because why not? Gotta spread the birthday cheer. I think it was also Kenpachi's birthday today too, if I remember correctly. But anywho, where do you guys want to go? We have Sunny Meadows, which we kind of did just now. It was an absolute disaster. We have Camp Woodwind.
One of us
Always fun.
survived, so it's a success.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I made 25 bucks off of it. I haven't been to the high school yet, and since we came back, I was
No, don't do the high school. I swear to God, if you do the high school, I'm leaving.
like, okay, don't want that because I appreciate Ikanaide, so we will not. What do we do instead?
Go do a large map. I don't know.
I
Have bad
could
luck with the prison. We can do the prison. Just have bad luck with it.
Oh, the prison's so fucking big, though.
It is big.
Yeah.
Too big.
How about Maple Lodge Campsite? Because that one has Easter
Yeah,
eggs,
we
and I want to
can do
find
that.
Slender Man.
I have worse luck with that one. I always die. Never
That sounds like
die.
an
You
ish
can
you,
actually
not an
hide.
ish me.
I know I just get back, but I gotta drive to Vest, Washington tomorrow. Oh, no worries. Speaking of Vest, Washington, I'm not sure if you saw this earlier.
Where's West Washington? You get Best Washington back in here.
There it is.
Washington.
Best Washington.
Hey.
That's ridiculous. Alright.
Ha ha
Yes, you
ha.
are.
That was so funny, Hitsu. Ha 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 ha.
Thank you, Ikanite, for laughing.
Yeah.
It was not at all a pity laugh.
No.
Surely not. Watch what you are saying. The ghosts are listening. What? Beautiful. Yeah, I know. I still can't believe she made it instantly. Sunny made it in the span of minutes.
Shalom.
Shalom, motherfucker. So see you in a few days. No, you take care, Orgasmic Fries. Enjoy your trip to Vest, Washington. You take care and have a wonderful time.
Oops, I grabbed the dots. And what dots?
I'm gonna grab this candle and get him to blow it out.
Please.
I am ready to die.
So, how'd you like that ghost breathing?
It was great.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Dan Jones.
The whole campsite's cold.
Dan Jones, are you here in the bathroom?
That'd be pretty lame if you were.
Dan Jones, are you cringe? Dan Jones.
Is this the supply closet?
Just got the kazoo back on off.
Dan Jones.
Are you in here, Jam Jones? If you are, can you give me a sign?
Dan Jones?
If you're around me, can you blow up my candle, Jam Jones? Jam Jones.
Mom, Dad's been looking for you.
It'll be true for every tent?
Mumder.
Okay, every tent's a little bit colder for some reason.
Tents are supposed to be warm.
I know, right?
Jam Jones. I bet you like music, Jam Jones.
Jen.
Oh, is it Jen? It's Jen Jones. I've been calling you Jam. Like,
This is the coldest
Jen.
tent so far.
J-A-N.
Jan. Ah. Coldest one here? Alright. If you're in here, can you please blow out this candle? So I can get paid. I'm gonna get paid $10 for you to blow out this candle.
Are you related to Joan Jett?
Tell me what you're doing here. Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date.
Thank you so much for the raid there, Monran. What is this
Good.
clip?
Get in the fucking ball. Please, for the love of God. This is harder than it needs to be.
Where are you? Are you here? Are you close? Are you far? Are you old? Are you down? How old are you?
Timestamps are just listening to the first 3 seconds when you click.
I needed that clip to fail. How dare it succeed?
I hear radio's been turned off. Yeah.
Where?
I'm trying to find it.
But thank you so much for the raid, Monran, and thank you, Nia, for shouting him out.
Are you close? Are you far? Where are you?
Also, hold up. I gotta do this.
Where are you? Are you close?
No, you're the beautiful Monran. God damn it.
The bathroom door just opened.
I can't get the. It's like
He motherfucking
get
streams.
that deep in my throat right now. I can't get.
No!
Yeah, I found him up.
Hey yo.
No!
Jen Joan.
Where did you guys find the radio?
Store is beginning by the bathroom.
Alright, I guess we go to the bathroom then. That was illegal?
Open
Was
the
it though?
bathroom door or stall. Radio's on in the tent. Next to the bathroom.
Was it though? Was it illegal? I'm doing pretty good. We're chilling, we're vibing. I'm playing some Phasma because I was late to stream. Oh, there's something in here. Alright, blow this motherfucking candle out. Blow it out! Jan Jones, blow my candle out.
Are
That
you here,
doesn't
Aquos?
sound.
Where are you? Are you old? Are you young? How
The
old
miss.
are you? Are you here?
HN Turbo. Ban Hitsuga.
Nice.
We got spirit
Okay,
box.
we got spirit box. Cool beans. You better blow up my candle before I'm back.
Are you cringe?
Are you cringe?
Yes.
Bet he is. But what were you up to today? Monram, what were you doing? I'm not sure if you were still doing Pokemon or not, but I was actually in the stream when you were doing that clip. But I didn't see the ending of it because I just left. Mom's catching children? Oh god, what the fuck, Monran? We need to have a talk, friend.
We have fingerprints.
Oh, nice.
Neo nerd.
Can't just go capturing children, dude. That's illegal.
But that.
What the fuck? Huh? Hey, blew up my candle. Nice.
Well, the candle goes out by itself after a while.
No, I blew it out. We got it. I'll bring the dots.
I got the camera.
I forgot which way it was. This way. How are you doing, Neo? Let there be dots. I hope not. I sure hope not. You guys ever watch Blue Lock? There's a Blue Lock Easter egg in this game. See it? Pretty cool.
It's a baseball.
Oh, is this the one that could have a mimic?
Yep.
So we got fingerprints, spare bots, and then he needs the restroom, so I'll be right back.
Go ahead. Zoom
Have fun,
away.
don't slip.
Mimic. But yeah, I can't believe they added a Blue Lock Easter egg in this game. Pretty cool. Yeah, Poggo whoosh. Let me see what it can be though. I know Poltergeist is ghost writing, right? Yes. Ghost orb cannot exist.
Yeah, but sometimes it could because it might be a mimic.
Oh, it's a mimic.
It could be a mimic, I mean.
Yeah.
If we see ghost orb, then it is.
So we need freezing temps, ghost writing, or dots. Or anything else. I hear some sussy sounds. Do you hear that?
The radio.
Yeah. Grab a camera.
Turned on the radio before, so I found it.
And I got a thermometer. We have books, right?
Yeah, we got books around.
Not cool, Jan. Not cool. Ooh, this is kind of cool. So is that. Hopefully it's not my own footstep. Not sure if the game does that. Oh, it just moves this thing. Is there? Can we get fingerprints? Is that an option?
You already got fingerprints.
Oh, true. Never mind. What? Did it turn this light on?
Probably.
Jan, you're so ridiculous. What the fuck?
Oh, Hitsu.
Hmm?
I know Sierra's here. You want to see if you can find the ring?
Sure. How did it work for you, Sierra?
Alright, alright, alright. Here we go.
Here we go. Neo, how much of this game have you seen recently?
Unedited, we're going for the ring in the cabin that's over here if you want to join.
'Cause I'm about to show you something, Neo. I'm about to show you something too, Monran, if you're still chilling.
Where at?
It's in the cabin down by the docks.
Oh, the TV's on.
I know what.
Well, I didn't know. I was gone.
What happened? It worked?
Nia thought it was cool.
Did you do it?
Now it's a waiting game for the phone to ring.
Turn it off. How do you turn it off?
Wait, it won't turn off now.
You mean it won't turn off?
Remote's on the table if you want to try to turn off. You have to pick it up.
Well, definitely not turning off.
Does that mean something?
Now we gotta wait for the phone to ring.
Are you about to die? You have 7 days. I'm not watching the video.
That's a video game. 7 days to die.
I can't see anything that happens on the video if anything happens.
There is no video, you just watch it.
So what's got Kira has left in his hiding?
Oh, I don't hear no TV. I'm going back to Ikanida.
Abandoned ship.
Are you alive, Ikanida?
Sure I am.
How about you, Jan? Are you alive?
Yo, hunt us now. You won't.
Yeah, Jan's a bitch.
No balls. $3.4. $2.7, 2.0, 5.5, 2.1. I don't see anything. Cause Jan fucking sucks. Jan's a baby.
No freezing temps on my part.
Yeah, I don't think it's dots. I haven't seen any.
I haven't seen freezing temps either. So it has to be ghostwriting, but we have no writing in the books.
No,
Do we
put
have
the
to put
book
it in
closer to
the
bathroom.
yeah? Wait, in the bathroom?
You touch the bathroom door, so it's roaming around at least.
Yeah. You could put some stuff outside the tent.
Yeah, we should set up outside the tent then. Whoopa! What? Where's the entrance? I'm blind. Jen Jones is actually a baby.
So you got a spare box, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's in the bathroom now.
What is it?
It's at 4 degrees in here.
If your name is Jan, you're about to get banned.
I'll put some dots in there. Oh yeah, put up the crucifix inside the tent though.
Oh, you wanted to hunt us, Jan? You wanted to hunt us, Jan? Pussy. If I keep provoking it in numbers, I'll be fine.
Watch it comes after you first.
No freezing temps though, right?
No
I'm
freezing
so far.
temps.
I look for ghost orbs in here.
Oh, it's getting hotter in here, so it's moving.
Jan, stop fucking moving
this.
around.
Moves between the tent and the bathroom for sure.
Just stand still, Jan. Did it get someone?
Nah, it goes to them.
Yeah, it got me. I really thought it was hunting. It just trolled me big time.
Oh, it got you. It got you.
Yeah, it got me. I legit thought I was gonna die right there. I thought it was hunting.
Alright, Sandy's almost down there. Cool.
Yeah, so I took
How
a
is
pill
mine the
earlier.
lowest?
I don't know. What did you do?
You're just not sane.
It's because I'm crouched. I see how it is.
Can we see it if we have the night vision turned off? Can we see the ghost still?
See the ghost, but not any orbs.
That was kind of fucking fire. Hey yo, Jan, I'm ready to fight now. Where are you at, Jan?
In here. She just threw a bunch of stuff.
Jan, do something. Give us our last bit of evidence that we need.
It's hunting.
She hunting. Joe, Joe. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Another poltergeist?
It got stuck and couldn't get me.
What was it?
Poltergeist.
Sanity. Sanity is gone now. Because I was afraid to look away,
So it was ghostwriting?
It was ghostwriting. It happened right in front of me.
Did you take a photo of it?
No, the ghost was right in front of me trying to murder me the entire time. I could not move.
Alright, I'll be right
stuck.
back.
It was stuck, and I was stuck until the hunt was over.
I need to go take a photo of this book. Wait, but we escaped the ghost during a hunt. You escaped it.
Technically, but well, I don't know. I don't know how that thing was. That's why I never get it. But the book inside the tent is what I wrote in. Just did a bunch of scribbles.
Sierra, let's go. We're gonna go take a photo of the book. Grab this camera in case I die. Wait, do you have one already?
No.
It's on. It's right here. Tally wants to risk it.
Charge!
Wait, what? Oh, is this
That's a picture. Look, there's one inside the tent.
It's not even a real photo, or it's not even real words. Ghost is illiterate as fuck.
Boomer.
Can't even write. Can't even write.
Neither.
Jan Jones
who
and
writes these
Iconida.
days?
I could never learn how to write. Nor
Burned
read,
crucifix
nor
is a
speak.
thing you can take a picture of. Interesting.
I took one because it looked cool. I don't know, it was a thing.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it was either. Hey.
Also, I'm slowly passing away, so this is my last game.
Oh, no worries. What time is it?
Pass away.
10:52?
That's the worst.
Good morning.
It's about to be midnight for me.
Yeah. Don't even worry about it. You go get that sleep you need.
Perfect wake up time. What do you mean?
Yeah, you see, when you have chronic fatigue, it kind of sucks to be awake.
Oh, fair.
Felt that.
Felt that. I think we all do.
I feel that in my night shift bones.
We feel that past few years.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, y'all can get some rest. I sleep and I get no rest.
I mean, I think Tally's the same way. He actually dealt with it.
I have actually been the same way the past few nights, but it's not always the case for me.
Oh, I've been like this for years.
That sounds awful.
I've had it for like 2 days, and it's awful.
Yeah, you get used to it.
I hope not.
The feeling of always being exhausted? Dude, come on, it's great.
Oh,
It's
no.
the best feeling.
Oh, I hate it.
I love
Makes me even
feeling like
lazier.
Feeling so tired, you literally want to just blow your brains out because of how tired you are. You don't want to feel like that.
Hey.
Nah.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Just get rest, forehead.
I'll drink to that.
I'm going to commit a crime.
Have you tried
Go do
closing
crime.
your eyes?
Oh,
I'm going to commit a crime, and it might
Gonna
be
go-
murder.
She's gonna go up there, prepare, get ready to commit a crime, and then deem herself too tired to commit the crime, and then go back to bed.
I love
See,
Eek
here's the thing, I can sleep very easily. I just don't get rest.
Yeah, you just don't feel properly rested.
Never. What the fuck is rest?
That actually sucks.
Who knows?
Just open the bathroom door.
Admit.
Alright, we got it. We got Polty Boy.
Yep.
Whoever said nope.
Got the
GG.
lowest sanity.
Yeah. Go get rest. Go get rest.
Welcome back.
Let's talk about rest. It's making me want to get rest myself.
Good night.
Woo!
Have a good time, guys.
But yeah, you take care, Ikanari. Thank you for coming and playing with us. It's really nice
Yeah.
to hang out with you again.
It
Yeah,
was
it was
nice.
cool.
I very much enjoyed this. It was nice to see you again, Hitsu. Nice to meet you both.
Nice to meet you.
You take care. Try to get rest. I bet tonight you'll probably won't, but
Jesus Christ.
I hope you get rest anyways.
Nobody's gonna get rest after that noise. Nobody.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
I love how we were just hovering around Ikanari, waiting for them to go. Like,
around.
alright.
Not Queen Hina. Hi.
Hey,
Also,
how
hi,
are you,
Neil.
not Queen Hina? Hina?
Hina. Hina.
Hina.
I thought it was Hina, but anyway.
It was Kenpachi's birthday today, right?
Was it?
Because I think if that's the case, we had 3 birthdays today.
Wow.
Pretty sure.
Also, Neo, I know you can hear me through Hitsuga. I know you can.
What?
Your door.
Called out. I didn't say anything. Go over here. Look straight up.
Neo's a nerd.
That wasn't me, I swear, Neo. I went out to you like that.
I created the unholy flashlight.
Again.
I hope you're having a good day. I am having a good day. It's kind of been a chaotic day. I've been feeling very tired today. That's me, still yawning. Fuck. But I think it was also because we were talking about how we can't ever get rest properly.
Stop yawning.
And Ikanare had chronic fatigue. So it's it was, I think I was empathing and feeling tired for a bit. But I went to the gym. Went to the gym, came back, and then showered for an hour, where I basically did jack shit. Was just resting. I basically took a nap in the shower, basically, considering how long I was in there. I'm evil. I hope you don't have a good day. Got him, Dirk.
I hope you
What have you
have
been
a
up to,
bad day.
I hope you have a gosh darn bad day.
Alright. Hope you have a great day.
The fuck is that?
No sleeping in the shower? I didn't, but it basically felt like it. I was just resting. Though maybe it might have been the gym as well. But I woke up at 2 p.m. officially yesterday.
So, funny story, I did pass out in a shower one time.
That's not good.
Very briefly. When I had sepsis. I heard something fall.
Oh, right.
So
You
closed
told
my
me
eyes
about that
just for a
before.
second. And I heard something fall, and I was like, oh man, I want to pick it up. Then I realized I'm what fell. Because I passed out for a half second.
Damn, that's unfortunate.
It was.
Whenever I've slept in the shower, it's always been me like actually laying down in
Yeah, in
the
the
tub already. And I'm just chilling.
Just napping.
Oh, you should be sleeping good lately? I normally don't sleep until 2 p.m. I think I just haven't been getting enough sleep this past week. So it's adding up. So I think today I was just laying. I woke up at 10, but then I kind of just kept dozing in and out today until like 2 p.m. I was like, I gotta get out of bed and go to the gym. I gotta do something. Whoop. What? How'd the ball bounce that way? What the fuck? Okay, we got the ghost though. Any preference on where we go next?
We'll go to a farmhouse. I haven't seen one of those in a minute.
Farmhouse again? I'm cool with that. Which one though?
Take your pick.
What was the one we went to earlier? Tally. Oh, did he go to the restroom? He might have. If it makes you feel better, I've only been napping 3 hours for the past almost 4 weeks. That's your rest? Not sleep? You're not sleeping? You're napping?
We did both of them actually. The most recent one I think was Grafton.
We'll do Bleasdale. Disgusting old Bleasdale.
Alright, I'm gonna ready up, but I'm gonna give me some water because I need to take my medicine.
Oh, true. I actually need to get some water. Because I am empty. In both my bottle and my glass. So, what that means is I'm gonna run a quick ad. Because I need to get better at doing it. And I always feel like shit for doing it, but I need to do it.
Avoid
Pre-rolls.
pre-rolls. Let's go.
Yay! Avoiding pre-rolls. Woo! So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna switch the BRB screen. And, yeah. Oh, insomnia and anxiety. That fucking sucks. I've dealt with insomnia before. So that fucking sucks. I'm sorry. But I'll be right back. And we can talk more about lack of sleep together. Alright. Boop. Boop, boop.
Fuck it. I'm tired of being scared. We're gonna say hello. You guys are right. What's up, my name? I read about this. Oh shit! I just dropped like 50 things. I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry. Thanks for the concern. I'll try not to die.
No, wait! I thought it was scot-free.
Thank you, Sushi. Wait, is there a hook here? There's not a hook here. Where the fuck is that hook?
I want to talk to the good I want to talk to the good girl.
Hit or miss? I guess they never miss. Huh? Got a boyfriend, I bet he doesn't kiss you. Moi. He gonna find another girl and he won't miss you. He gonna SKRT and hit the dab like Wiz Khalifa.
www. Is this a clip of some old
Let's flip a coin. And as I tell you tales, we go out on a date.
Just fuck all the way off, please. If I touch it.
Hello! Sorry. I was just looking at an old clip.
Okay.
Blew my mind. Well, come on in, Hawkeyes. Hello. How are you doing? Welcome. Thank you for the raid. First of all, you're playing Devour. How's that going in? And Lady... Astrande. Just call me Say less. Sorry. Don't mind me. My brain is ridiculous. Close? Astrand? Astrand. Okay. It's some WoW bullshit. Don't call it bullshit. Silly. It's your name. But I'll say Say. I got devoured and Devour, so I mean... Fucking horror games, am I right? Are you good at horror games? And I need to look up Devour. That's a very familiar sounding game. I just came back from my break.
It's another multiplayer one like this. But,
oh, is that the one?
No more
That's the ghosty one. I wanted to play this with D-Tune back then, but we could never get the scheduling
not-
down.
It's not just a ghost anymore. It's got other modes. It's all the same game, but other things you have to survive against.
I'm on edge. Cool beans. I'm on edge. But no, thank you so much for the raid. Hold up. We all got devoured horribly, so you were playing as well, Hawkeyes. I don't think I have actually ever seen you stream, and this is the first time you've been here, Hawkeyes. I don't remember how you came here, to be honest.
I've seen him before.
Where? Because that's a very
Here,
familiar
I
name.
thought.
That's a
That
very
was here,
familiar
like,
name, I thought.
A couple streams ago.
Came here in someone else's raid? Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for coming here on someone else's raid. Welcome. I'm gonna give you a follow, because if you're playing horror games, it's always fun to watch people get jump scared, to be honest. I'll give you a follow. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that.
Follow.
Yeah, that works as well. Did you guys have fun, though, playing Devour? This is my first time playing. I usually play Phasma with him, funny enough. Oh, I've looked last week or two.
Hey.
Me? For me? I sent some chocolate. The fuck?
As you can tell, this boy is a nerd.
I mean a dork. The king of dorks.
I'm being bullied.
As
No,
you should be.
no.
It was a scream. So yeah, I've been just suffering. We're playing Phasmo right now.
Suffering. What do you mean suffering?
I don't think.
I'm
I
the
know. I
one.
died. I died tonight.
I'm the one that was stuck behind a chair with a ghost crotch in my face trying to kill me.
True.
Right?
I've been somehow avoiding the encounters. Somehow.
That was my experience in the campsite. No, it wasn't. It was not a good time. He was very decrepit and zombie-like.
Nothing quite like them ghost crotches. Like, I'll be honest. When I'm there,
They exquisite as shit.
I need me some ectoplasm one way or another.
I just walked through the wall of the tent. I couldn't walk through a chair, so the chair saved me.
That's good.
Boy, I tried.
Oh, I wanted to
Stood
ask.
for a hot minute.
How much is Devour? 'Cause that sounds like a fun game to play with other people. $5? Is it $5?
It's a really cheap game, which is nice.
You can make
It is pretty
ectoplasm
cheap, I
real
don't know
quick
how
if you walk into the door. That's how long do you guys know how long it is? Is it like into the back rooms long, or because that was also really fun too?
It
There's a
depends
few
on what level
levels you
go.
could try.
Yeah. Because it starts off with the lady and the dolls, and there's another one. It's like each level is a different game mode, pretty much.
It's
Ta-da.
30 minutes to an hour.
And it's $5.
For $5, that's not bad.
Yeah,
guess.
30 minutes to an hour per level ish.
Yeah, that's not bad. Maybe we can do that someday.
Ooh, I got Dune Awakening on here.
Oh, I can.
We cleared one in 30 minutes, and they're in 50. Depends on the map, the difficulty, and the player skill. So if I were to judge for myself, because I'm such a gamer, I'm such a professional gamer, it'll probably take me
2
about
hours.
an hour for the first one, and then probably another 3 hours for the second one.
Honest, considering how you work it, so you might take 3 hours for the first one.
Okay. 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 All new players, probably 45 to 60 minutes. Okay. Is it jump scary? I heard it's quite jump scary.
Yes, it is.
We could play that though. That sounds fun. We're doing a farmhouse, right? Next.
Yeah, no more jump scary than Phasma is, really.
You say that, but I get fucking terrified playing Phasmo.
Yes, I know, and every little sound alert scares you, so no more than Phasma.
Fair enough. Yes and no, situation depending. If it is, if you suck like me, well, I probably do. I'm just gonna go right in. Oh, wait, actually, you said you guys play Phasma. I should have asked if one of you guys wanted to join, because we have a slot open right now. It'd be nice to have one of you. Since you were so kind, fucking me. Since you were so kind to raid. That damn note, dude. What the fuck? I'm being jump scared. I would, however, it's the end of the night for me. Oh, no worries. Maybe another day then. Another day then. Maybe we can play another day. I'd be totally down.
Goku's everywhere in there.
Yeah, Goku's just jump scaring me, dude. I turn around, he has the drip on. It's over.
Man, I have
Yeah,
to show you a
sure.
YouTube video of
Please
these
send
guys.
me your Discord handle. Or fuck, I actually have a Discord. You don't have to join, but it would make it easier for me to message you. Beer box. What's his name? Patricia Cod. Call of Duty. Patricia Cod. Okay. Good enough for me. Multiplayer nights are Fridays every week for you? I don't have a proper schedule right now. I'm still kind of getting back into stream. Fuck. Oh, I got hiccups. Someone scared me.
I'm at 5 right here.
So do I. So we have 10 together.
Wow.
Is it in the hallway?
As in the hallway. As technically hallway.
I don't have a flashlight. But no, yeah, we could totally play. Just, I'm down. Like, we never really have full lobbies that often. It's off and on. So, the stream schedule is crazy too. We're both disasters. Oh, wait, you stream as well. Well, I guess you probably would if you were playing Devour Fam. I'll give you a follow as well, lady. Hold up. Let me do that real quick. There we go. Then, yeah, if you guys want to play sometime. You guys were nice enough to raid my stupid ass. So, why not, you know?
Yeah, that's my bad. I'm the moderator. It's also here in the game. Yeah, I'm going to keep going.
Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it.
Did you get spooked by a follow?
Yes.
You know what I mean? You get spooked by everything.
I'm on
He gets
edge.
so jumpy. I know, he gets so jumpy.
Yeah, it is. I fucking love JoJo.
We got a show.
Oh, we're gonna hold on. Before anyone else does it, I'll do it.
You'll do it?
I'll do it. I don't. It doesn't cost me points, so.
Alright.
Hello. Oh, what? Nani? Oh shit! Fucking love JoJo. Yeah, got the Kurunuka. I forgot what JoJo himself actually says. But yeah, we have Sophia Ora. Hey, Patricia Cod, are you fucking there? How did you die? Where are you? No, but I love JoJo. Yeah, we can totally figure something out though. Just I have a Discord, so feel free to join, and we can even set things up. So I mean, yeah. Oh, you a weeb too? Patricia's a fucking weeb. Spirit box, baby.
Hey, spirit box.
How to make me jump? Let's go. Yeah, JoJo's great. JoJo's great. I love JoJo. I haven't seen the one with the Jolene.
Right now.
Why the fuck did that scare me? He was just asking for a goddamn candle. I spilled my water.
No, don't let him get the ladders. Throw the ladders away.
Fucking A, dude.
Throw them away quick, Hitsu.
What am I doing? Part 6? Part 6. Yeah, join. We'll work it out. Yeah, we can totally work it out. No problem. Stone Ocean. It's pretty good, though. I hate the big wait between parts. Yeah, that's part of it. I'm trying to wait for my boo to catch up in JoJo. What am I doing? Wait, I'm trying to set this up. Oh my god. Hold up. Fuck. What the fuck? Please just work for me, camera. How do people do this? Okay, there we go.
Hitsu, come upstairs.
Maybe an angle like this. Maybe if I in front of the door. Right in front of the door.
Come upstairs.
I'm coming.
Right now.
I.
God damn it. Yeah, join will work it out sometimes. Stone Ocean is pretty good though. I hate the big waits between the parts. Yes. Wait, do you have a camera? Do you have a camera? Fuck! No! No, bitch! Get him! He did it! Get his ass! Yes!
もしもーし。
Sarah's dead.
Whoever did the dead timing, that was fantastic. That was fantastic. Sticky keys! I need to turn this shit off.
Yeah, well. Other sanity is gone. We got spirit box with an EMF 5.
I don't know why I have sticky keys on. I never pressed shift key 5 times in a row before. Since I've had this computer. And tonight alone, I've pressed it 5 times in a row. 3 times. That was my 3rd time. I must do what I must. Oh my god. Hold up. Here, I need to add a marker. I'm gonna go back and clip that whole entire ordeal, because fuck you, Sierra.
So, I saw that this is my view. You guys hauled ass into that room. Then about 2 seconds later, the ghost hauled ass into that room. I was like, oh, one of them's gonna die, so I'm here to check the sanity. And so Sierra's sanity dropped down to 1, and then question mark.
Then question mark. It was over.
Yep.
That camera angle, yeah, goated. Goated.
Well,
I mean, I knew your plan, but I was still afraid. What was that?
Let's find more evidence, shall we?
Yeah, one second. Let me catch up on chat, though. I need to see who was redeeming stuff. Demon Ray, thank you for the 25 bits. And scaring the living shit out of me. Vuzu, thank you for the Ultra Instinct note and scaring the living shit out of me. Hawkeyes, thank you as well. I appreciate it. And then the motion, the dead timing. Perfection. Perfection. Oh, man. I can just breathe properly.
Let's take a breath.
Have you found anything in from this angle?
No, I was watching you guys die.
Anything pops up.
I don't throw a crucifix in there.
Hi, I'm gonna chill here. Goddamn. Goddamn. How do you check stream markers, by the way? I know I can add one, but I don't know how to go back and like do whatever I need to do. The stream markers.
Yeah, ghost.
You got ghostwriting? Oh, fantastic. Let me take a photo.
I know we got ghostwriting in the spirit box. It's like old. I'm like, oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. But what's our other stuff? Do we have anything important here? Parabolic.
We got
microphone.
EMF 5, ghostwritings.
Can you go cleanse the area?
No, we haven't. We haven't done anything yet. We got you guys killed. That's what we did.
Yeah, we got here. I grabbed this.
Do a parabolic microphone. I guess.
Yeah, and you get the
We're
smudge.
not doing number 2.
I died to a spirit. I hate this life. I mean, you pissed it off. I'm off to bed. Good luck with the ghost. Thank you again, Hawkeye, for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. I'll be sure to stop by your stream at some point. And
I was smudged.
well, that's Sierra trying to scare me.
Trying to do the spoops. Oh, we need to take a picture of his body. I forgot.
I think I did. Where the fuck are you?
Okay, camera.
I have a camera. I have a camera right here.
Oh, you do? You already got it?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So
I
take
need
a
to
picture
try
of
to
it shows
detect the
himself.
sound.
A knife!
A knife?
Taking a knife. Taking a knife. Ah, I got a knife. What you gonna do now? Go. Yeah. Did you see that?
It breathed in my ear.
Did you not see the? It's like, you know how your breath makes a little cloud. There's one of those little clouds that just zoomed across the room.
I did not see
Definitely
that. No.
a glitch. It's definitely a glitch.
Yes. Good night, Hawkeyes. You take care. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Lady or Say, I try to remember Say. You want it to be called Say. I hope you're enjoying Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft in forever. Remember the servers we used to play on, Kylie? With like everyone?
Nah, I don't remember. It's been too long. Maybe
I really
nice. I
enjoyed
think
that.
Dio was trying to make one at one point.
Yeah.
Grab a sanity pill.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this too, because my sanity... It's suffering a little bit.
Did you get anything out the parabolic?
No, nothing. I thought I would, because I heard multiple fucking sounds from this damn ghost.
Can you speak? There's
I
a
need to-
sign.
I'm gonna turn off the spirit.
Say something.
Do you like candy?
You're on the 11 o'clock news.
Have you heard of Minecraft Mondays with Say?
Minecraft Mondays. You say something.
Patricia Call of Duty?
Oh, really? Where is it? I'm not getting anything on this anymore.
Patricia?
Say something.
Oh, she turned the fan on. Or did you turn the fan on?
Be in here. All right, I'm down.
Did you turn the fan on?
He's your daddy, and what does he do? You speak.
Yeah, Patricia's a little chicken. Patricia's a big baby. Patricia can't even scare me. Fuck you, Sierra.
Where are you? Say something. Anything. Besides bomb. And
Whoever did that.
Echo 2.9. Are you in here?
Are you in here?
Say something.
I'm getting nothing from this body.
Where are you? Speak.
Speak, foul demon. Because you stink. Patricia stink.
Turn back on. Hey, you.
I didn't realize she stank like that. Hey,
Yeah, really. Yeah, turn the power back on, though. Say something. Anything.
Patricia? Were you having an issue?
Indeed. Did you forget how to speak? You did. No, through the power back microphone. In my ear. God, this ghost sucks.
I'm taking these out.
Yes, and they're annoying.
I think they're affecting the mics.
Say something.
I'm giving up on you!
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Notice me, senpai. I forgot about that one.
How did I...
Notice me, senpai. Notice me. You guys know where that's from? That's such a goated clip. We got the paranormal thing. Oh. Oh fuck. Yeah, the fucking Arby's guy. He's such a comedian. I fucking love him. Actually great. He's done a lot of other videos too. Hey, you made it! Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Hell yeah.
If I was ever as articulate as that man, I would die happy.
Let's see, did I write down the ghost? Spirit.
Oh wait, did I as well? Spirit, yes.
Alright,
I'm not repelling no ghosts with no smudge sticks.
Me neither. That's just BS.
Alright, selfie. Come here. Come here, Tally. Give me your pose. That's good.
Wait. Did you already take a picture of my chest? How dare you?
What? No, when you were doing the pose. Alright, but I'm ready. The knees are bending. We found some remains. The crucifix stopped an attack. The summoning circle looks dangerous. Finally, proof of a ghost. The summoning circle looks dangerous. Huh?
Damien's back.
Oh, welcome back, Damien. Upload to OnlyFans? Yeah, say less.
I'm hitting the button.
How was talking to your friend, Damien? Yeah, if you want to hop on in, go for it. We're still playing for a little bit longer. I think maybe 2 or 3 more games, maybe, depending on like the speed.
Welcome back.
I think I'm doing 2 more if it's long games, or 3 more if it's quick.
God, it was my daily goal to reach 0 sanity.
You're a fucking maniac. I was so happy you fucking died. We hit in the same spot. I was like, oh god, it's actually coming to the room. And I was like, what do we do now?
You were just screaming,
go to him! Go to him! Go to him, not me! So, but Tally hit in the same spot though earlier and it didn't go for him.
Yeah, it ignored him and went to the kitchen, just vibed in there the whole time.
I was wondering if you summoning circle it, does it
If you're
just chase
quiet
you?
enough, you can turn your shit off. Like you turn off all your electronics and crouch over there and not say a word. It doesn't know where you are.
So it probably
If it
didn't help that I was
doesn't see
screaming.
You're good.
Probably.
Yeah.
We seen those for free? Wait, what's for free? Oh. Oh. Oh, wait, did I grab that one? Oh, okay. Check this out. I saw this on YouTube. Ichi ni san. Arigato. Ichi ni
Hello.
san. Arigato. Damn, Ion. Welcome on in.
Hello, can you hear me?
That's so cute. Yes, I can hear you. What's up?
Huzzah.
Huzzah.
Okay.
Rawr.
Best to have up my microphone.
We seen those for free? Oh, the boobs when I was just basically staring at them. Or whatever. How did I even get that angle? I don't know what I did.
For free? For me?
Oppa. Sugoi. Forgot that was a thing.
Good.
Reminded me of One Tit Wonder earlier.
I knew it. Said you didn't, but you did. Tell Sophia.
What? No, not the camera. It was when you spawned in, I think. Back in the lobby.
Messaging Sophia right now. Imagine that. Charlie, he's messaging Sophia. Hitsuga is staring at my boobs in Phasmo. Like, what the fuck?
God damn it, Hitsu. The cheeks.
Do some kind of
for
ritual over
free.
here.
For free? For me?
Where's the next boys?
Where do you guys want to play? Are we doing random then?
Random. Much be Sunny Meadows again.
Or
Every time
high
you-
school? Oh look,
It's either
a
going to be
pile
Sunny Meadows or
of
Asylum. There's no
ectoplasm.
in between.
I bet it's
And
gonna
that-
be the high school.
There's no asylum anymore. They took it out.
Aw.
Sunny Meadows. Sunny Meadows is the asylum now.
Oh.
It sounds
I
more
thought
like
Sunny Meadows
a.
was camp.
It sounds more like a care home.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what is
But
that? Nutty.
They have electric chairs in there though. What is that email?
Out of they seen an electric
Oh my
chair?
God.
I think it was a not a torture chair, but a chair where they like set people down and discipline. It's a
Yeah.
discipline chair. That
Yeah,
one
that seemed
extreme.
like a death chair to me, especially that one room. Yeah, that's a death chair. The person exploded.
That was just an accident. Just an accident.
No, they exploded. Exploded. That email reminds me of Jack. He did that one on stream.
Jack has done some nutty things. I
Yes.
think on Twitch.tv.
He's great.
Yeah, I love Jack. Actually, can we dorky stream him up real quick? Maybe we'll get a
Yeah,
ridiculous clip from him. Actually, how many Ks does he have in his name?
I think that's it.
When?
Great. The greatest pieces.
This might just be the British in me, but I didn't read this as you can't. I definitely read that as something else originally.
You can tell just from that he has a very dorky laugh.
Yo.
Oh, there's my boot. Oh, there's Jack. Welcome back.
Oh. I need a bit.
Hey, I miss his streams, dude. It's been a while.
Oh, I don't know how we just managed to recreate Ash's clip just there. Oh.
Precious dork, that guy. Alright, we ready? We're going in to Ridgeview Court, a very simple home that has a real shady. Oh my god. Your tongue is in
That's
my
some
mouth.
teeth. For a second, I thought the game crashed. It just paused for like 10 seconds. It's like, yeah, is everyone ready? And there's just nothing.
It is ready for a no equipment run.
Nah.
Damn, I was off. I was off by a few seconds. Let's try and do it so I pop in at the same time. I failed.
Wait, grab your headset before you go in. We need your angle at all times.
Smart.
Which one? What's his name?
It's over here.
Georgia Roswell. Fuck yeah.
George Martin.
Use the headset. Just.
Oi! Georgia Roswell, you're a fucking baby! What rhymes with Roswell? Georgia. What rhymes with Georgia? Georgia!
Georgia Roswell responds to everyone.
Georgia? Hi, Georgie!
I would... Georgie?
Is Georgia in here?
Georgie?
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
I fucking love that! I'll put some dirt in your eyes. Holy McGuire, you're such a great meme. I need to add him to the stream, like, properly. Wouldn't you agree, Georgia?
You didn't get any dirt in the eye, did you?
No.
Okay, good. Pretty gross.
And they're like 5 feet away.
Georgia! Georgia! Georgia smash! Or pass. Smash or pass, Georgia. Nothing? I'll put some dirt in your eye. Bah. Hey, welcome back, TPS guy.
Where are you? Fine.
Where are they?
Where are the drugs?
Where's Rachel?
Yo, Georgia, where's your stash? You ain't needing.
Oh wait, we don't have a camera. Do we have a camera? Oh my god, we don't have a camera. I'm gonna run and grab a camera.
Is that because the...
Welcome back. I never left. I just been wandering around my house. I mean, like, welcome back into the chat is kind of what I meant, like the chatting aspect. You know what I mean? I guess I'm gonna bring freezing. No, I'll drop the spirit box. Someone has one already.
So yeah, I got EMF 5, guys.
Nice. Where?
Basically where the Ouija board is.
All right, I'm coming.
Nothing.
Well, the light is on. Negative temps, freezing temperature.
Let's go, baby. All right, Sierra, use the Ouija board again. I'm ready now.
I didn't say no EMF 5. EMF 3.
I definitely have 5.
All right, Sierra, when you go back in, I need you to use the Ouija board again.
What? Why?
So I can take a photo of it while it's moving.
Use the Luigi board. The Wiggy board.
Waluigi.
You need to use
Kaiju board.
I'll grab a crucifix.
Yo, what can it even be? Can it be this? It cannot.
Huh?
No, be ghost orbs.
But we can still get dots, though.
Yeah, we can get dots.
Like, it didn't respond to the spirit box.
Not yet, no. Alright, you ready to go touch this Luigi board?
How do you drop stuff again?
G.
Come with me.
Ask how many people have taken a poop.
I'm gonna ask it a few questions.
No, someone said ask how many people have taken a poop in the house to the Ouija board. It'll answer. Swear to God. It's what Say is saying.
Alright, come with me. We're taking this far away from the spawn room.
I'm about to go crazy. I have a crucifix with me. Surely I won't die. How many people have pooped in this house?
How many people have pooped in this house? Have you had sex? How old are you? Oh, fuck.
Activities.
Ask for...
Sierra, you saying he's at 31%.
Where are you?
How many people did you kill?
It's not.
Are you friendly?
So 9, so you can get out of there.
Got it. I forgot the questions. Are you French?
Need to have it set to Windows for the voice input to ask dumb shit. Oh. Scared? The ghost is scared.
Do you want to be my friend?
The ghost is scared, dude.
Are you
It's alright.
grandma? Marco!
God damn it.
Marco!
They hide
Goodbye.
and seek.
Watch out, guys, it's hunting.
Why? Why? It ran straight for me! Fuck you! If you tell it hide and seek, it hunts? God.
I don't think that's possible.
It's turned off.
Did I say hide and seek? Did he say hide and seek? I don't remember. Fuck.
Unless the door closing stopped it.
Oh. I see the
Fuck.
Hey, take some
Damien.
pills, Sierra, please. Just take some pills. Like 3 of them.
Fucking Sierra!
I'm gonna die and they put a crucifix in there.
I'll come with you. I'll be bait.
Oh, Sierra's
make
got
him
the
scared.
other one and he's laughing too hard to...
Well, Hitsu's throwing cups at me, so...
Didn't work.
I'm sure...
Oh.
He's absolutely
Yeah, that door just slammed shut.
This is the little shit that killed me? He's so fucking fast!
The door slammed shut.
Are you dead? You're very much not alive.
No, not alive.
It attacked you as soon as you entered. That's crazy. As soon as you came in, it attacked.
Go.
Did he say he has footprints?
It's
I did
a
hear a honk.
Jen.
Huge ass handprint on the door is a dead giveaway. I'm not risking it.
Take a photo of the fingerprints!
I've done.
Take a photo of the fingerprints!
Here, throw something
He's
else.
not even-
Okay.
They're not even taking
If
sanity
both of you
pills
go
like
to
they
here, throw
should.
something at my feet.
I'm not doing nothing.
Take a photo of the ghost and detect the sound and get the photo of the fingerprints!
It's a gin, guys. We found fingerprints.
I know, but take a photo of the rest. We need the money.
Clipboard out of nowhere. Okay.
We need to capture a photo of the ghost or detect a paranormal sound with a parabolic microphone, or we could leave.
Sierra, why didn't you take a pill?
I did.
Oh damn, you annoyed
You
it in
did
that
not
one
take
moment.
the pills. They're all 4 right here. Jesus.
Right, ghosts, throw something at me if you've marked it down that it's a gin.
Go take a photo.
No reason.
I'm not seeing anything be thrown.
Let's go.
What's he doing?
I don't know.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, it's hunting.
Where's that coming from? Where did it come from? Damn it.
I don't know. I think it was upstairs.
Yeah, it sounded like it was upstairs that time.
Is it hunting?
You're a dork. I think he got a photo of your body at least.
I got a photo of it.
Okay, I think we don't push our luck anymore. We just assume ghosty boys have written down that it's a
Wait,
gin,
but
just
there's
leave.
parabolic microphone is so easy. That one's so easy. Just both grab a pair.
We gotta do it.
Right. Well, you did the last one. I'll do this one.
What? Do what one?
Let's both do it so we guarantee
Yeah,
we get it.
both do it.
It can't kill both of us.
That's not the mic. That's not the microphone, Sierra. That's the.
Wait, is that the parabolic mic? What have I got in my hands then?
Sierra got the wrong one.
$8 dish is the parabolic microphone. Let them know.
You alive there, buddy? Yeah. How? Yeah, the thing that looks like a radar is the parabolic microphone. What the fuck?
Is it even hunting?
I looked at it in its eyes.
Oh, it appeared in front of him. Oh, one of those crucifixes is almost gone. It is gone.
Oh, prevented the hunt. He needs to
Yeah, one of the
move.
crucifixes is completely gone.
He needs to move.
Yeah.
And Damien needs to get in here. He has to go inside the building.
This is gonna give it to Sarah.
Damien! Damien!
No. This is mildly frustrating for me.
It's at 0 right now, so you're pretty safe. Oh, we've got it. We've got it.
Oh, we got it.
Yeah, I saw it say
that's
7.
some
That was
miracle.
enough.
Alright.
Right, we're ready to leave, ghosty boys. Bet you written down as a gin. I'm guessing that means yes.
Yeah, dude.
Alright, we all good. Just wanted a hug? Yeah, it gave me a hug. It gave me a hug. Don't worry. Definitely gave me a hug.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
God damn it.
Huzzah!
At least we got some money back. Uh-huh.
Yeah, same.
I unlocked sanity pills and a the dot thing.
Oh, apparently I was in the ghost room for about 5 minutes.
Oh, damn.
Nice.
Me and Tal were just watching your perspectives while the ghost was hunting, and suddenly one of your headsets cuts off. We looked at the thing that says your sanity. Yeah, and both of you were still up as like 50% or whatever. So we're like, did either of them die? What's happening?
And then I died.
And then yeah, eventually your thing disappeared.
I love it. Just because all of a sudden I just say goodbye to the Ouija board and I just see the countdown 5, 4, 3, 2. It comes at us.
Yeah, that was so fucked up.
I was sat in the truck with Tal, and when we saw that it was hunting, it's like, oh, I got one of them. I was like, please be Hitsu, please be Hitsu.
Oh my
please
god,
be Hitsu.
David, you abandoned Sierra. You're like, here, go in there and figure this out.
Well, he was willing to just jump right in and do it. So who am I?
I only lost 180% sanity. It's all good.
It's especially funny because it's like, no, we need the parabolic microphone. And you pick up the wrong thing and storm into the house. And then as soon as I get to the door with the actual parabolic microphone, the door slams in my face again. That's twice that happened.
Maniac. And you never took pills. You never took pills.
I took 2 pills.
After Tally died.
Yeah, as I take some pills, please, so I don't die, and then you don't take pills, you just sit there and laugh, and then I die.
The best part was Tal.
How dare.
Much like with Sierra, the first and second time I tried to enter the house, I was following you with the thing to find fingerprints, and like literally I got to the door.
You murked Tally because he didn't take pills.
I was like, well, Tal's dead, but I'm okay.
The average sanity was below 50% because it hunted as soon as he went.
This is why you don't mess with the Wego boards.
You always mess with every cursed item.
No,
This is what happens when you listen to Venga Boys.
Did we
I
get?
also just make a point to never mess with the Ouija board because it just feels wrong to me. So I never, like everything else, the tarot cards, the mirror, and all that stuff is fine.
Paul, we didn't even get it.
Because you didn't take a picture and bring it on the van.
Oh, I didn't bring it on the van. You made it burn! You asked so many questions!
5, 4, 3.
So
Yeah,
I'm guessing after you piss off the Ouija board, I'm guessing the ghost immediately hunts you.
Yeah, it does a countdown.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Then I died.
If you mess with any cursed object too much, the ghost will come after you.
I have to keep an eye out for what these cursed objects are. I know one of them was the mirror.
When I first found the mirror, I've never looked at the mirror before. I never found it. And I was playing with Bidoof. I was like, Bidoof, there's an object in here for you to check out. It's his first time playing it. He looks in the mirror, and he sees the ghost taking a shower. And the ghost looks up at him, sees Bidoof seeing the ghost taking a shower. Snaps his neck through the mirror. And,
Wait, through the mirror?
Through the mirror. The ghost did not come after him. He just like looked through the mirror and snapped his neck through the freaking mirror.
What the fuck?
Yeah, there's also the voodoo doll according to the sign.
That sounds kind of crazy. I want to look that up on YouTube
Oh,
later.
I've seen the music box before.
Yeah, but we never brought one in.
Yeah.
I guess we're doing random again.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, he did the normal death thing, but for him, he said he heard a crack, so he thought his neck was snapped. It might have been the mirror.
I think the mirror cracked. I think the mirror cracked.
But yeah. It was fun.
It definitely was.
Full death.
Grafton Farmhouse. Tip: don't stay in the dark too long in this place.
See a cursed object.
What?
I think that was the first one I've actually survived where we got the ghost right.
Where you survived? What do you mean we?
No, I survived. I died literally every other one we've done. Oh, we're dealing with a Karen.
Oh,
Karen Miller likes people who are alone. Because he survived, he should go alone with the spirit
which
box.
one of us is the Tal will be the supervisor.
I'll be a supervisor, alright.
Alright. You bring a spirit box, Damien.
Wear your helmets.
Wear your helmets. Come back here, Scotty.
Have I got mine on?
You need to. We need your angle.
I can be your devil.
Aha. Is that it?
Yeah.
Alright. You run upstairs and just try to talk to Karen. Hello. Hello. Let me go ahead and check the spot.
This door up here is already open when we got in.
You can night it earlier, said it didn't matter if they were open earlier already or not.
Okay.
All by myself.
It kind of matters because EMF at the door that I was talking about upstairs.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, it's EMF 2 though, but...
Alright, I'll head upstairs then.
Oh, we got fingerprints.
Oh, that was fast. Oh, you brought the flashlight first.
Yeah.
Bones.
Anyone have a camera?
Pally might? All of a sudden I need to pee really badly. Alright, where is it upstairs? I'm here. Looking the far end of the bottom. Inside here?
Yeah, it's right on this. Right on
Oh,
this
we got freezing. We got freezing.
Oh, nice.
Freezing and fingerprints. Did you get spirit box at all?
No response.
But where's the fingerprints?
Okay.
Behind you?
We got freezings, by the way. I'll go grab some dots.
Please don't be a mimic.
Has anyone grabbed the, dots projector?
Also gonna grab a camera.
Yeah, someone's grabbed dots already.
I just grabbed it.
Did you all find the bone?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I checked around the bottom floor. Didn't really see anything. There's one room I didn't check on the bottom floor, but I think I checked. Did I get it? Oh, I did. Damien, what are you doing? We need you inside the building.
Why?
find
You're
stuff.
trying to get me killed.
It's hunting?
Yeah, it's absolutely hunting.
Oh, we left Tally alone. It prefers people who are alone. So we got it. That's why we got to go in.
Not my fault. I was trying to decide what to grab.
Grab the book if you want. Grab another camera.
You alive now?
Yeah. Stop hunting.
Yeah. Yeah, you good.
Come on, Damien.
I don't want to grab.
Where are you, Tally?
Cameras. There are cameras here.
The video camera. Tally, where are you? Oh, there you are.
I don't know
Go
where the
upstairs.
ghost room is.
It's upstairs.
Do I grab a tripod as well?
Yes. Might be inside, so I'm not sure. I think it is inside, actually. Grab another dots if you can. We gotta move together. I'm gonna be still not here.
Haji, you grab that. I'll grab the stand for the camera. I can figure out how to pick the fuck back up. There we go.
Hey,
You can put the
you can put the camera on the stand.
Yeah, you can put the camera on the stand.
And then carry it.
Oh.
Here, just hold it still. Oh, there you go. F.
I tried my best.
F.
I believe.
Hold F.
Okay.
Ta-da!
Now bring it in. Let's go.
Everybody, let's go.
We have one set up outside the place, so we just need to set one up inside the room.
You know.
Are you there?
It is cold in here.
Yeah, we got freezing. We got freezing and fingerprints.
Let's
Let someone
stop
move
it already. Are you here? Are you
It
close?
responds to people who are alone, so we'll have to give it to Damien.
Speak.
Nah, Tal's the manager.
No, Tal is the one that used the equipment.
Oh, you touched the door.
Tal paid for
keep
equipment.
that open.
Stay far away, Damien. If you're letting Tal do it.
Of course I am.
Are you here? Can you speak? How old are you?
Alright. I don't think there's anything, right?
Nah, don't spare box.
We'll check for dots then. Let's go. Why is the night vision not turning on? Oh, it's
I
because
guess so many people are clicking it.
Yeah, I think I'm the only one not touching it.
I'm not touching it either.
I am touching it. Sierra, the fucking medic.
No fire, no disgusting.
So we couldn't get it to respond to the spirit box, could we?
No.
No, I never did. So we got freezing and fingerprints, right?
Yeah,
Wait, it
freezing
can't be
and
dots, can it?
fingerprints.
Yeah, it can't be dots then.
That can't be dust. We
Yeah,
ghost orbs, spirit box, EMF5, ghost writing.
Oh, did we check any
There's
of the
somebody
books?
else. There's somebody else wants to try a spirit box. I don't think it's gonna be spirit box.
I honestly think it's Damien because he found it first.
I have literally never in my entire time playing Phasmo ever got someone to respond via that thing. I don't know what the hell it is. I'm absolutely sure it's busted.
It works. Maybe you try it this time. Maybe it'll work for you. Sometimes it's specific. It responds to people who are alone, so sometimes it's like specific people.
Yeah, the target specifically.
Hey, Hitsu's got the lowest sanity. Maybe that'll work. By 3%. But still.
The Jinn has specific victims.
Is that one of the options then? Hey, Badu, what's going on? How are you? Lord Super Kami Guru Badu.
Badu! Badu, they've been murdering me left and right. I need help.
Not me. I'm trying.
I've lost like 20 grand because of these guys.
Not me. I'm dying too.
Nah, I'm just kidding. It's good times.
Whoever has the spirit box, go in there alone.
I don't think it's going to be Spare Box.
Someone is.
It's going to be Ghost Riding.
It probably is Ghost Riding.
Yeah, I'm going to go in though. But I'm going to bring...
Right, I'm going to keep watching.
Yeah, I'm going to bring a smudge.
Someone's breathing through the door. That's crazy. How are you doing? You just finished work? How was work? What were you doing at work?
We got guys shredding.
Okay, nice. I'm coming in to take a photo.
We need to take a photo of the cross as well. It's
Okay, I'm coming up.
both books and writing.
Just stay there so I don't get hunted.
Well, 3 of you are in the house right now, so it's fine.
I believe Sam's got it all covered, actually. He just took a picture of everything.
Well, I took a picture too.
Damn, we got some good angles with this camera.
we gotta
Keep
go.
following you through the house.
We gotta go?
We gotta go.
We gotta go.
I think it's 8 more on the cross.
Ah.
It turned redder. It turned redder in there.
The cross, it wanted us, huh?
Yeah.
Work was busy as hell. It's my yeah, I don't stream. This right here, not real. You're imagining things. Do you like the boo? Whoever Anonymous is, do you like that boo notification? That's custom made. And it gets me a lot, actually. But that was kind of quiet, though.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
I think it's just because we had lights on and everything, and everyone was talking. Didn't get to me at that specific time. But that one, I love. I love that one.
That was a good attempt.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. If I wasn't in a truck, that would have probably got me.
I've had it happen in the truck a few times from a bug, so that's why I started doing it
we
in
got
the truck.
ghost riding, right? So it's a demon.
Yeah, it's a demon. We need a
What is
picture
it?
of the ghost, have a member of the team survive, and witness a
Anyway,
ghost
that's
event.
all.
We can get all 3 of those in the same go, actually.
can,
Someone goes in alone with a crucifix and a camera.
I'm a shower, BRB. Oh no, enjoy your lurk. Go shower. I need to pee. So I need to BRB eventually soon. So yeah, we can actually do this. Capture a photo of the ghost, have a member of the team escape during the hunt, and witness a member have a team. Yeah, we can do that. We can get 2 or maybe 3.
Whoever's
But one of us
holding
will
the
die.
camera, it's their job.
No, it's not. It's not Tally. We all have to go. All 3 of us have to go. Not Tally though.
I just threw
Someone
it down.
needs a camera.
I got a
Yeah,
camera.
alone for it to attack. Yeah, but don't you have to be alone for it to attack?
It might
No.
not.
Oh, this one has nothing on it. So the only camera we got?
Just smudge sticks for a pallet.
Yes, but you need
Yeah,
a candle.
yeah,
you need
kinda.
a lighter with you. You need a lighter with
Yeah,
you.
I got it. I got a lighter. It's just right click to thingy it, right?
Yeah, you bring it out and right click.
Okay, then what do I do to not die to it this time?
When it starts chasing
Yes.
you, click on the smudge sticks. Right click the
Didn't
smudge
that-
sticks.
It killed me.
Okay, so
No,
when
it
it's
repels. It
coming
repels
after-
it.
When it comes after you, throw the light the smudge stick, throw it at it, run and hide.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. It's. Alright, let's go.
Let's go.
Demon up in here. Just say its name a lot. Piss it off.
No, the radio's on.
What's your name?
It's Karen Miller.
Karen!
I actually do not see her. Is that her?
She didn't like me saying Karen.
Oh.
Damien, don't leave.
I use
That
my
sound. Anyone hear that?
Everyone use their smudge sticks on that one.
Yep.
I think.
We all use our smudge sticks?
Yeah, I think we all did.
One of you fuckers shut the door on me. I was just
the door.
I think the ghost did.
Yeah, the ghost shut it.
The ghost was in the middle of the room. It went near the door.
Oh, we have no more smudge sticks.
You should have one.
Yeah.
Time to bring candles instead.
I mean, the last one is we just have to survive a ghost hunt, so.
Technically.
Yeah, good
oh
luck
no,
with
because
that.
it doesn't
didn't
count
hunt.
if one of us dies during the hunt.
Yes.
It didn't count. It was right in front of me and it couldn't get me. So yeah, I'm not bothered with that one.
Alright,
Yeah.
Then I'm good. I need to go pee.
Uh,
So I'm a BRB. I'm a BRB. And I'm gonna run an ad. We got it. We know we got it. So I'll BRB.
Everybody got a demon, then I'll hit the button.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah. So make sure you got demon.
Yep.
I put it Mare.
It was a demon. Hey, I looked ahead my camera.
Yeah, it's still $10 for those objectives. Not worth
Yeah.
the death.
Really isn't, is it? Considering you could lose half of your money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, photos seem to be the real moneymaker here. Oh, and obviously finding evidence.
Yes. I finally didn't die.
Not that it didn't damn well try. Like, you walked into that house everybody left and the door slammed behind us. I could just hear footsteps over and over again.
I had like $86,000. I have $75,000 now. As well, the deaths.
I have 500.
That's how much death just sets you back in this game.
Oh, it's horrible.
That's why I did a little trick to get a lot of money so I can, do this sort of thing so my friends don't have to worry about losing everything and getting discouraged. Because it's becoming a problem. Especially after they made the game a lot harder.
Yeah. Damn, that's loud. What's the loudest glow stick? Yeah, have you seen the 3 bodies up here?
What?
The 3 corpses up here. Well, one of them, the one in the middle is wiggling.
Oh. No, I never saw those.
One sec. I grab the light.
Yes, shed some light on the situation.
It's like, have you seen the ghost girl inside that side room as well?
Ghost guns?
Girl.
Oh. Oh, yeah, the Wiggle Girl.
The wiggle girl. Yeah, but if you watch him long enough... Yeah, there you go. One in the middle's clearly still alive.
We've got...
I was just like,
Okie dokie.
It's
like-
you. Wait,
Huh?
Oh.
Yes.
Damien found another secret.
you found a thing. You're gonna give him a seizure at this rate. Yeah, look up here.
Ooh, my dinner.
But watch the middle one. My dinner.
Oh, it's moving. Oh God.
He's alive.
What the fuck? How did you find that?
I was shining the light around and I spotted it. Like, I was literally stood here moving the light and it caught my eye.
Crazy.
I spotted
actually.
I didn't know if you spotted it in your stream, but when I was in your stream earlier and you were looking through that middle door, you were showing someone the Easter egg with the cultists. I saw the girl in there that just wiggling.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know if you spotted it because you had no reaction to it.
Oh, the girl over here?
Yeah,
We knew
I
about it
found
for a
the
while.
girl wiggling.
Yeah,
I found
I've
it
never
and I
seen
showed
that.
people. Still have no idea how Hitsu made this pumpkin brighter, though.
That I don't know.
Like, you definitely made it brighter somehow.
I know I did. I just don't know how I did it. Did I have a candle?
There isn't any candles.
Oh. Forgot. Oh, I did it.
Yeah. You
Oh,
got
yeah.
up to it with the lighter.
Wait, do all the other pumpkins too.
Where are
Light 'em
they?
up.
Over here on the table. There's two right here.
I can't reach those.
Yeah, you can, from up here. Maybe.
No.
Probably the ones up here. Huh.
There's also another one over here. On this table, on this side of the table. It's a JoJo reference.
Did someone turn that radio on?
Yeah, you turn on and off.
Oh.
Go on the side of the table, like etched on the side.
That's fantastic. Oh. Oh, those aren't pumpkins, those are bats.
Jotaro. He fell for the classic trick.
Wow.
Shazam! I grabbed two. 'Cause I'm insane. Oi.
Okay, I just grabbed 3 at random and threw them at it. If that didn't knock it down, nothing will.
Lies. Oh, this will be my last one, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we doing random again? Are we doing a camp? Are we doing
I think we
Sunny
should do
Meadows?
random in case we get like one of the absolutely massive maps.
That's part of the fun, though. If we get it, it'll be like, oh fuck.
That's a good point. Random it is then.
Alright, I'm ready. I'm sure if Tally's ready. Tally might be going to the restroom.
Probably.
Yes, my love. Bum, ba-dum, do. Bum, bum.
Oh, that was terrible.
God fucking
Stop.
damn it. I stared at this guy enough. Will he move?
You asked for the nose hairs, so I had to flare my nostrils for you.
I think we all learned a lesson there. Don't ask for nose hairs from Sierra.
Yes.
Common thing that comes up. Yeah.
Also, I read it before I left. So y'all been just sitting here waiting this whole time.
Oh. Wait, one sec. So, I was just reading up. Apparently, you know in the Jenga blocks, if you hold F, you can place them like you do the video cameras.
Really?
So you can actually place the Jenga blocks on top of the Jenga tower. Oh, for the love of God.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit the cursed object right away.
Yeah.
This is gonna hit you right away.
You know what? It's worth it. I'll bring a photo
Would
camera for
have
it.
to be the non-restricted one. Of course.
The game heard us joking about it, and it knew.
There's multiple floors?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Multiple wings. Ugh. So,
Wait,
look,
wait!
see here.
Scotty, don't go in yet. We need to... It's too big. We need the 2 minutes. We need to maximize it.
Lower floor. It's the main floor.
Wait, we need to do what?
We have 2 minutes where the ghost won't hunt. So we just gotta spread out and try to find it.
I'll go downstairs.
Okay. I think, Damien, you go downstairs as well, but go the other way.
Don't forget your head camera.
Wait, did I grab one?
Got it.
We all got it. We all got it.
Ready, go!
Oh, I hate this already.
Oh, it gets worse. So here's the
Better.
downstairs.
Yeah, you go. You follow him.
Tarot cards.
Never seen tarot cards before, so.
You want to play a game?
Sure.
I draw one, you draw one.
How? What does it do?
Your turn.
What's it do?
It could buff you, it could debuff you, or it could kill you.
Just find any kind of evidence, you know, things thrown about, noises, ghosts.
We've had buffs so far.
We'll do one more. I want to keep the cards, so.
Yeah.
I don't want it to burn. The tower. Okay.
We've actually been lucky with this. Holy shit.
Guys, I got noises down here. It was like a woman's scream.
Ambient noises or real noises?
It was the scream of a woman.
In a distance or close?
It could just be. It could be map design. So just be careful.
If it's a distance, that was ambient noise.
Why sanity?
I found a room full of what appears to be strawberry jam.
God damn, my sanity.
I'm getting nothing on spirit.
My sanity
When I
completely
realized.
disappeared. Huh?
Yeah, you pulled the card that takes away all your sanity.
I got it though.
Also,
He said,
Thermo's still here.
I have a thermo in my hand. Oh, grab the EMF. Grab the EMF. It says one of the things to detecting things with EMF. So, I guess since we're
Leave the photo camera in here then.
yeah, since circumstances have changed, and time's running out, we should stick together.
Yeah. Sound
I got
coming this
thermo.
way.
Which way? The left here?
Yeah, unless that was your footsteps.
Oh, no.
That funnel
it's
lane
not.
was clear, didn't get anything on that EMF.
I got
We haven't
nothing on
found
my
anything
side
yet.
either. I've now gone up a floor.
Can you guys go up on the right side of the top floor then?
This way?
I can go up on my side. There should be a
Where?
stairs on Damien's side somewhere.
Wait, Scott,
Yeah, I'm already upstairs.
can you pull up the EMF?
Yeah.
So apparently you can insta-detect with that one. There's this pathway as well.
Wait, is that
Yeah,
like an upstairs?
No, just upstairs from the basement.
0.4 this
Yeah,
way?
just the main floor.
Gotcha.
I'm just following the sounds, I guess, because I don't have the EMF. Oh, there's someone in front of us.
Hello?
Good morning, sunshine.
Okay. Whip out the EMF.
So I'm guessing someone's been this way to the room with like the upside down
ghost.
crosses and the red candles.
No, I'm not a ghost.
This is sad.
I know.
Maybe? I don't know.
It's a pretty fucking distinguishable room.
What room?
It's like a church area. It's got like red candles burning and a chandelier and stuff.
Yeah, that's always there.
We've been there. That's the fault.
It's like always there.
Just keep going to the right. Keep going to the right.
In there, so keep an eye out.
We got the tarot cards already. We brought it in the car.
Yeah.
That's why we grouped up, because we were running out of time.
We pulled 5
Oh,
cards.
I think
Hitsu
I
got a
found the
0
other
sanity card.
Yeah, did. I had to take kills.
I absolutely did.
Wait, did you hear
Everything else
something?
was a buff though.
Oh no, I managed to find the entrance again.
Oh. We go this way.
Yeah.
Hitsu,
Like,
your
this is where I was
sanity
hearing
is, like,
sounds.
down 20% lower than everyone else's. It could be near you.
No, I know.
He pulled
Crazy,
it back
crazy
door.
shit happened.
It's been down here before.
Oh, wait. Temperature just dropped to 2.6 here somewhere.
Ghost activity at 5.
It's at 0.4 in here. 0.4 in here.
High sounds.
2.5.
Door open behind me.
Where exactly?
Sounded like, is it this door?
This
It was
way?
around here, in this hallway. Right here.
Oh, we got it. Come to us. Go towards the left side. We found it. Wait, it's outside in this little area?
Bring anything. Oh, it's getting fuzzy near you. Your camera's kind of screwing up.
Yeah, it appeared before us. It's spooked us.
It wasn't a hunt though, right?
No,
The door's been locked. It would not be outside right now.
It only hit 5.
Okay. Hey, Bunny Place, what's going on? How are you doing?
I'm gonna leave the EMF in here.
I think it's this room, right?
Yeah, it definitely
Yeah.
seems like this is. Let me turn on the light. You know, so I did turn on the power.
Yeah.
So you get this hallway light on as well.
Yeah, that sounds good.
You can find the light switch.
There even is one. Oh, is this
Yeah,
it?
I'm not seeing one. Oh, there we go. All right.
Let's see.
Oh, it just closed the door.
That was me.
Oh.
We're heading towards the entrance, so.
Well, I found you.
Ding dong.
I did it,
sounds
guys.
fucking
I
scary.
located you.
You did. You did.
Alright.
We found evidence with a paranormal EMF reader. We need someone to get to Ghost to blow out the candle. This be me when I get more equipment. I have full faith. I currently have no faith in myself.
Yeah, but it was doing a solo.
Have we found any actual evidence yet?
So we found the
might
area.
have freezing temperatures soon, but
It's hard to tell
Yeah,
right
it,
now.
it reached 2, but yeah.
Okay.
I could get a candle and something.
Also, welcome back
for
as
me.
well, Badoof. How was your
I'm
shower?
going in with this camera to play sound, so.
Real quick, while we're here, I'm gonna give y'all some shoutouts. How did you
got
play
the-
more Valorant games, Bunny?
I've
Yesterday?
got the book and the thingy let.
Do that.
It's a want the EMF.
I got beaten by Tally. We have an EMF in there. We got it. We
Put an
need.
EMF in there.
I have spirit box. I'll bring dots.
I got,
I'll put dots in the
I got
room.
video camera.
I'll bring the dots in the room.
Yeah, I've got book and UV.
And I do not play Valorant. I know you don't play Valorant. I don't think, but Bunny was playing Valorant the other day.
I'm going to do a manual sweep for orbs when we get there. The stairs right here, right around the corner of the bottom of that stairs, is the power switch. So y'all know.
Okay.
Need to turn that back on to save our sanity.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Is this the room? Or is it the one in front of us here?
It's like right here.
It's this one. Right here.
I'll put the candle on the chair here.
Is it okay if I put it on the table like that? I don't know.
It works on walls, but I don't know if it'll work on.
I'll put it on the wall. I think the wall's a safer bet. Was it just trying to scare the shit out of us?
Yes, it was.
It succeeded.
Check the door. Check the door. Check the door. Close the door on us. Check the door.
Yeah, I'm trying to anyway.
I just saw dots.
Saw dots?
I think that's a hunt.
Me! Nande! Ahoga! Dickhead. The other way. Wait, which way? I wasn't sure if it could go out here, but it did. At least I die by the tree. There's worse ways to die.
China.
I can't hear Sierra.
How do we burn a body?
What the fuck?
It's just some,
The tree knew your death? Yes, it did. It's like a Game of Thrones moment right there. I do not Hodor.
Where did you guys go?
Dun, dun, dun. Another one bites the dust. Dun, dun. Oh, it's Tally died? Oh, God.
Hello?
That body's very outside.
Are you alive?
What are you
I think
saying?
it's following me and I have no idea how to get out.
Get viewers, followers, and Prime on yourfollows.com.
They really don't.
Huh?
But they really don't listen very well.
They do not know.
Like, we need to get
Crucifix in here. And
Yeah.
that didn't
Yeah.
happen. That didn't happen. We died instead. Died horrible deaths. I didn't sure I brought one. I was going to, but I was like, nah, I'll grab a camera. Should have let
So
my gut
car-
instinct. He grabbed it.
We have no evidence either.
Yeah, we don't. It's very great. No. We got dots. I saw dots in my eyes.
Oh no.
Wait, how do you see dots in your eye?
Oh no.
You can see dots with the naked eye, but specific ghosts here only show up on camera. Hold on, I
Okay, so
gotta
they just need
answer
to
people.
go check for orbs and stuff then. Oh, Damien's dead. Damien died.
Alright, got him banned. It's all good.
Oh yeah, I was just ignoring them.
Oh, Ghost Orb.
Oh, we got a ghost orb. Cool.
Orbs and dots. Interesting. Raiju. Fuck.
find the fucking entrance after I die.
What's a Raiju?
The electrical one.
Oh,
Okay.
what else?
No, Rai. Rai is electric, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But what's the other thing for Raiju? EMF?
Let's see.
What evidence have we got?
Dots and orbs.
Where the hell is Raiju?
It's EMF. It's
EMF 5.
I want to say it's Raiju just because of how fast it went to tell.
It is so
I was,
fucking fast, yeah.
I was next to the EMF thing while it was actively trying to kill me, and it never once went past 3.
Yeah. It doesn't go to 5 when it's hunting. It just goes
Oh,
to
okay. Like, I'm willing to click Raiju and call it a day, to be honest.
I mean,
Yeah,
we're already
it's
we're,
definitely
we're,
Raiju.
we're already dead, so.
That motherfucker literally chased me the whole way
Yeah.
around the asylum.
He chased me into
Yeah,
the middle of the fields, and I got murked.
Like, obviously we went to the doors on the left, right? I did a full lap of this corridor and died near the entrance. Like, I could hear every time I clicked the radio, my
Wait.
flashlight would just start flashing, and I wasn't able to actually do anything.
Let's see, or just
I'm gonna
realized.
pick Yuri.
Can pick Yuri?
Nice.
Why?
Yuri.
No. Why would it be Yuri? Ow. Ghost Orb freezing. We didn't get freezing though.
No, we got 1.1 at lowest. I never managed to get freezing.
Sanity
Well,
has dropped considerably though, so that does say Yuri, but the speed tells me Raiju.
I'm clicking Raiju just to be sure, so I've got something locked in for when the button's pressed.
I think it's Raiju again. I'm gonna click that.
That thing.
Run us
fucking
through your mindset, Sierra.
charged
Let me know what you're thinking.
Still my book.
me.
I want to hear a proper explanation why he thinks it's Yuri. Throw something at him. Gotta get his attention.
Well, I unmuted the stream for a second and I heard you ask that. So,
That's
I
fair. I was
was
gonna
gonna
unmute
have
you
my
and
explanation on why I think it's a Yuri.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, when I came back to the truck when Hitsu died, we were already at zero,
Sierra's
all
not
three of
involved,
us.
so that's just calling double audio for us.
And then, when I
But
came
we were
back to the
all
truck,
at
of
zero.
course, yeah, I mean, we were zero at that point, but still, we didn't do much to the ghost to cause it for our sanity to drop. Only one thing happened that would cause us to lose about 20% sanity. But instead, here we are with 0 sanity.
So all three of us were at 0%. What? What? So all of us were at 0% when I died. That's his reasoning.
To be fair, it
Fuck
might
it,
be
I'm
a
going Yuri.
it might be a Raiju, honestly, because of how quickly that fucker chased me through holes. Like
It's gotta be one of the two.
I heard footsteps behind me the whole time, and every time I turned around, there was nothing there.
Well, that's the thing. When you're sprinting, the Raiju is
Ready.
faster than you when you're sprinting.
Closing it now.
He'll catch up real quick.
I'm sticking with Raiju. I think it was aggressive enough to be Raiju.
We'll do 50-50. I'll do Yuri. We'll see
Okay.
how it plays out. Yurei, actually. Yuri. Yurei.
Hey, it was a Raiju.
It was a Raiju. Fuck your explanation.
I was fighting between the two for the longest time because I'm like, we had the.
We were right. There's
it
a right
moved
Joe.
fast.
Yeah.
But at the same time, our sanity dropped so fast and we did literally nothing to it.
The only reason I like had more of a gut feeling that it was a Raiju than a Yuri is literally because when I ran away from that room I was in, I ran down the hallway, tried to find the entrance, ended up doing a full loop to the point where I could hear the EMF coming back from that room because I literally missed the turn for the entrance.
I had it on Raiju, but I felt bad for Scotty being the only one to say Yuri, so I wanted to do Yuri with him.
I was fighting between the two in my head because, like, I remember when
Yeah.
Callie died, I heard the footsteps move so fast.
Yeah,
like,
every time I ran away from it, I could hear footsteps behind me. Every time I turned around, no one was stood there. I was so fucking freaked out. That is probably the most scared I've ever been playing this game. That actually, like, unnerved me.
Last time we had the Sunny Meadows, it was a Raiju as well, and Ikanade was with us, and it was faster than the player sprint.
Yeah.
It caught up to her while she was sprinting and killed
Yeah,
her.
that's why I was kind of against Raiju, because when I was chasing Hitsu's sprint was just the same speed.
Yeah, because I'm insane. My pathing's nuts.
You were going straight.
Yeah.
My pathing, I went into the woods. I wasn't ready for it. There's no technology in the woods, bitch.
Oh.
But then I was stuck because there's nowhere to go. Fuck. I actually felt bad for you. I was just gonna stick onto Raiju, but I was like, oh, but Scotty.
I was honestly about to switch back to Raiju before I closed it, but like, you know what? I'm gonna stick with it. I had to do an explanation.
So he almost he almost left me as the only unit. God damn it. I mean, that was a fun last one, I guess.
Yeah.
That was horrible. What do you mean?
Yeah, that was terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Every single time I clicked to use the radio, the lights would flash, you know, as if it was hunting, but only a little bit. So I was like, is it actually trying to stop me?
For sure.
It's attracted to technology, so if you start using radio, you may attracted to electricity.
Oh, you can place it. You're right.
I was in the room with it, by the way, when you died, Tal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but how well can you place it, I guess, is the question. What the fuck?
Fly open and then close behind me, and I'm just in the corner like, help.
Oh boy.
Alright, that was my last one. I need to get some rest.
Yeah, so.
Yes.
I had to go cry myself to sleep after that one.
Oh, you'll be
God
fine.
damn.
Tomorrow's movie night.
Lie.
So that's the next thing I'm gonna figure out after end stream.
Hopefully you can find the hollow. Oh, it is pronounced hollow, by the way. As if it was spelled with an O.
All O.
As in hollow. Yeah.
Hallows Eve.
Well, hollow as in it's empty.
That's how I spelled it on Discord. Is hollow. Like
Yeah.
Hollow.
Well, it's spelt with an A, but Irish pronunciation is weird.
Making the
I
unholy.
want this little guy up here to like climb through the window for a second.
You want to piss your pants?
Yeah, just like you look at him long enough, or you turn away, turn back, and he's gone.
Oh, you got it backwards. You have a brown jacket, not brown pants.
I don't know
Alright.
what I'm wearing.
But that sounds good. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Whoever wants to join for the movie session. And I gotta find someone to raid now.
Yeah.
Oh, bye-bye. Raid that one person? Who's that one person?
I don't know. I had to check follows this. He probably got.
I see. We'll see. I'm gonna switch to just chatting. I will leave game. Boop. I have left the game. Okay, let's see what's going on good old twitch.tv. Let's see. I need to open twitch.tv first. There's my ugly mug. Good night, everyone. Good night, Buzu. I hope you had fun. I hope you had fun hanging out. It's nice to see you again, and nice to just chill with everyone again. Let's see. Let us see. Sia, I'm trying to see to sleep or play Overwatch. Can't decide. Just do both. Just play Overwatch with your eyes closed. Gamer mentality, bro. What the fuck? Oh, actually, I'm gonna raid Linzoy, I think. They're doing Overwatch 2 right now, but they've been doing a lot of spooky stuff. They're a friend of Neo and a friend of Sift, who's been by the stream a couple times, and I've been hanging out on the stream a little bit. They're a VTuber. Pretty nice, actually. But they've been playing a lot of spooks recently. They're doing Overwatch 2 right now. So just come with me and say hello real quick and see what they're like. They're nice. They're nice. They're actually nice. And a little bit degen. Got a dash of degen in them. So we'll raid them. Dash of degen. If only it was a spooky game, so maybe we could like jump scare them, but it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. Just a dash. It might be more than a dash. It might be like, you know, what's that? Remember that one click and a shot of vodka? Remember that? It might be like that. It might be like that. Just saying. Anywho, I will see you guys later. I'll be in the Discord discussing possible movies to watch, probably for a little bit, and then I'll go get sleep because I definitely need some sleep. Love you guys. Take care. Bye-bye. I need to work on a video. I I have video ideas. I just haven't done anything. I need to. I gotta. But that's besides the point. Take care. Bye-bye. I'm just gonna hit raid now so that we don't waste too much time. Love you guys. Bye-bye.